Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal. Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal. Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal. Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth,
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same.
There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, man, breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of the Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, man, breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of the Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, man, breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of the Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, man, breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of the Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, man, breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of the Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
Breathe by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomy.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A very warm global namaste to all our viewers today from wherever in the globe you're connecting to us from. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. This is our 135th episode. Yes, you heard it right. 135 Sundays of free online edutainment. Now, as you all know, we like to begin every session of ours with a little bit of positivity. So I will be starting with a prayer, the Gayatri Mantra, which I will be saying 3 times, followed with one Loka Samasta. You may wish to hold any affirmation, any wish, any prayer within your heart. So let's begin. So let's all sit comfortably and easily, holding a very strong intention in our heart for this planet to heal. May there be no conflict anywhere in the world, and may only joy, happiness, health, abundance, and bliss prevail all of humanity. So let us sit comfortably and easily. Let us close our eyes. Let's take a deep, long, centering breath in and breathe out. One more deep, long, centering breath in and let go. I will be saying the Gayatri Mantra. You may wish to hold any affirmation or say any prayer within your heart. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. May all beings on our planet be happy, healthy, abundant, joyful, blissful, and blessed. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Let's all take a deep, long breath in and breathe out. And when you feel whole, centered, and complete, you may very slowly and very gently, you may open your eyes. Well, welcome back to our 135th episode of Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen, and we have something very special in store for you today. And before I begin, I'd like to introduce you to a very empowering, very special, very dynamic and beautiful lady, Kiran Robinson, our producer and host here at Healing Our Earth. Kiran was born in India, and she has a career that spans over 30 years. Yes, you heard that right, 30 years in the hospitality industry, and that too over 3 continents. She started her journey in my own Hong Kong, and as a chef and an entrepreneur, she launched the niche brand here in Hong Kong known as Taza. She loves concept designing, is a wedding planner, and these have been all parts of her commission, so much so that she even received IFB government tenders here in Hong Kong and beyond. Kiran was offered the prestigious role of managing the executive dining room, catering, and event services in one of the Bay Area's very, very prestigious hospitals, where they were serving 10,000 people or employees daily. Yes, daily, 10,000 employees daily for over 17 years. She was also instrumental in planning the state-of-the-art hospital in California's Palo Alto area. Kiran, as I know her, loves to give back. She is the co-founder of the Malawi Children's Mission, where they empower children through education, provide nutrition, healthcare, and life skills. She's currently based in Luxembourg. As you know, we at Healing Our Earth love to globetrot around the world. So here from Hong Kong, we are going to be traveling to Luxembourg, to Kiran, to have her grace our show today. But I do want to share one thing. While she was in Luxembourg in 2021, she authored a wonderful book that's so empowering, and I encourage each and every person to read this book, Seva, the Art of Hospitality, Stories of Hospitality and Seva, giving back, caring, and sharing that will touch your heart. I can go on and on. You can find Kiran on our handle at www.kiranrobinson.com. And a very warm global namaste to you, Kiran. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. It's so good to see you.
Namaste, Seema. How wonderful you are. What a beautiful, honoring read up on me. Thank you so much. How are you doing in Hong Kong? Having a glam of a time?
I'm melting.
You're melting. It must
It's
be humid
so
there.
hot and humid here. It's unbelievable. Even the evenings, Kiran, we get out in the evenings. It's a sauna.
It is. Seema, I am so glad to see you. May I do an intro for you, just for others who are joining in so they know a little bit about you, not that everybody doesn't know you. Here we go. Seema was born and raised in Nairobi, Kenya. Her culinary interest developed at an early age, founded on a family food business. Extensive travels in Africa, India, and Southeast Asia have allowed her to follow her culinary passion and grow her knowledge on the effects of food on the mind and body. Using secret skills handed down from grandmother to granddaughter, with the belief that you are what you eat, she draws from the ancient practices of Ayurveda and Mayan wisdoms. Curating healing spice blends, immunity-enhancing yoga teas, self-care prescriptions, and other well-being foods. Amazing. One's thought process and method breathing can positively or negatively impact one's mental and physical health. Seema is a qualified breath, water, and sound teacher with the art of living. Her intertwine of diet, breath work, meditation, and self-care prescriptions nourish the mind, body, and soul, and put one on a journey of greater well-being, allowing one to live their life to the fullest. Seema has successfully shared her skills and knowledge with corporates and individuals over many years in Hong Kong and Singapore, and is now based in Oxford. Seema is passionate about music and dance, and she enjoys producing episodes here at Healing Our Earth. Welcome, Seema. Thank you so much for co-hosting with me today, all the way from Hong Kong.
Thank you, Kiran. I wanted to share something about you, Kiran.
Oh,
You focus on communities, working with chefs and women entrepreneurs, and this has been very inspirational for me, your mission to impart the experience of hospitality with others. You create a spark in everyone's life, including mine. Whenever we've had conversations, what you share so willingly and so openly. So for that, I want to thank you deeply from the bottom of my heart.
I'm speechless. Thank you, Seema. You are a wonderful friend. You have been awesome. As I shared in my newsletter yesterday, every word of it is true. You are the art of friendship. I think every human being should learn from you what it means to give willingly, freely, all of your love and all of yourself to a friend.
I would say straight back at you. Straight back at you. And what a beautiful article. You made me cry.
Oh, well, enough about ourselves.
I was so touched. I was so touched and very deeply touched. So I want to thank you for that. And I would encourage everybody to read Kiran's articles. She has a monthly newsletter. Am I right? And you write female fingerprints and you cover stories of all these inspirational women who have so much to share. And I know we have a lot of inspiration coming our way today with a lot of wonderful people coming on board at Healing Our Earth.
That's right. And you know what, Seema, nothing gives me more pleasure than, just talking about women, celebrating them and empowering them. I actually write articles every week on my newsletter on Substack. It's kiranrobinson.substack.com. And the monthly features on female fingerprints are about women who inspire and empower. And I, do a global feature on different women from around the world. And nothing gives me more delight than bringing these women to the forefront for the rest of us to learn from them and be empowered by them. So thank you.
I have been following you very closely and I've been reading the articles, and each and every article has such a profound message for us. Just when you think you've nailed it and you know it, and you say, oh my goodness, this is just a new ray of light, boom, something just comes up to the surface, very powerful. And you're a prolific writer, and everything you do, everything you write reads so beautifully and so well.
Thank you. It's easy to do that when you're surrounded by women who are open, who want to have a voice and who want to put it out there and share their messages. So it's easy to attract those beings, Thank you.
You certainly are attracting them. Thank you. Absolutely. And we have so much in store today. I'm so excited.
Yes,
tell us more, Kevin, what we have planned today.
Very exciting. We have a full program. We have our beautiful, wonderful guest, Michelle Whistler. It's going to be her first time on Healing Our Earth. And shall we bring her on and say hello to her?
Yes, please.
Hi, Michelle. How are you?
Hello. Hi.
Welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Nice
It's
to be here.
so wonderful to have you here. Big global warm welcome to you. Thank you. Michelle Whistler. Michelle Whistler is a certified nutrition coach specializing in plant-based eating and founder of our Conscious Earth. She's a member of the American College of Lifestyle Medicine and follows evidence-based nutrition principles. She coaches busy 40-year-old women, the habits and skills to make conscious food choices, offering them the opportunity to reverse or avoid chronic disease, lose weight, and enjoy a longer health span and lifespan than average. She provides 121 coaching and online group monthly membership. I'm sorry, I meant one-to-one, not 121. She provides one-to-one coaching and online group monthly membership. I beg your pardon. After pivoting from a busy fashion career in footwear and handbags, she dived into the plant-based nutrition course with T. Colin Campbell and E. Cornell, a gut health course with Dr. Will, and help me here with the pronunciation. I don't want to butcher that word.
Yeah, it's Bolsewicz. So it's a Polish name, similar to my name, but Bolsewicz, yeah.
Bolsewicz. And both Rubies, it's Rubies.
Yeah.
And Matthew Kinney's culinary education courses. What a great, great bio here, Michelle. Welcome again.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. So let me share my screen here because I have a bit of a presentation before we go into actually making the recipe.
Michelle, how are you around? Michelle,
Yes,
how did you, flip-flop, your pivot? How did that happen? I mean, you were in a fashion career, footwear and handbags, and then you switch. I mean, that's huge. That's very intriguing for me. Do you mind sharing that?
Oh, no, not at all. Actually, it was, I really was interested in food my entire life. So even when I was in the fashion industry, I had a regional job here in Asia. So I used to visit all the different countries in Asia. And I always made an extra day in my schedule to go eat at the latest restaurants, the little local hole in the walls. I just love traveling and spending time taking cooking classes in the different areas. So I just loved food and I always was into that. And I ended up, just basically being an overworked executive and needed to improve my health. But I'm actually going to share a little bit of that in my slide presentation about what prompted me to do that. But it was really just being overly stressed out, just crazy life-work balance and realizing that I needed to take care of my health.
That's good. That's good. It's amazing when I hear people's stories about them being conscious finally, realizing that, it's this stress, it's not worth it, right? And to be able to take big pivots, really big pivots to get to the next season of your life, even if you have to reinvent yourself, so to speak, right? That's very brave. But if you don't do that, then you're just in the rut and you only have yourself to blame, isn't it?
That's true. It's all about actually taking that first step, just telling yourself you're going to do something. And even if it's a small step, then you feel accomplished. And it's like, okay, I can do the next thing. What's the next thing?
Absolutely. That's very encouraging to hear. Indeed, it is.
Yeah.
Michelle, whenever you're ready, please proceed. I'd love to see what you've got in store for us today.
All right, let me share here.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's beautiful.
Okay, great. So we're going to let us eat no oil salads today. And what I want to share here is, what if I told you that losing weight, keeping it off, and enjoying a longer health span and lifespan than average is actually really easy? Would you believe me? Most people think it's really difficult.
I would have a lot of questions, yes.
Exactly. So I'm hoping to get a little participation from the general group too. So thank you for taking that first step and making it easy for everyone. But type in the chat, everyone. What do you think? Easy or difficult? What do you think? Do you think it would be easy or difficult to lose weight and really, there my chat went, and really, keep it off, and enjoy a longer life? Anyone going to type? Let's see. I'll just give like 5 seconds here. See if anybody's brave. Easy if we know how. That's a great answer. A new ray of light for sure. All right. Yes, actually, most people think that it's really difficult. They think it's difficult because we live in a world with a fast-paced modern lifestyle that basically has evolved to keep us fat, sick, and feeling tired all the time, while we become addicted to both overly processed foods like salt, oil, and sugar, and unhealthy animal foods. We're currently experiencing a health crisis. More and more people are living their last decade of life in ill health. Just trying to get a little bit of a lag on my screen here. Yeah. I
love the colors on your presentation. They're so vivid and bright and alive,
Thank you.
Gorgeous.
Thank you. So basically, this fast-paced modern lifestyle sets us up to be marketed at by corporations and the food industry, which then makes quick fix fad diets seem more appealing. Right? Yeah, I've got this delay going on. Just trying to get my slide. Okay. So basically, did you know there's another way? There's a way to eat more food, lose weight, and keep it off. A way that increases your health span, those years at the end of your life where you want to be quick enough for a game of tag with your grandchildren and strong enough to embrace every moment. My screen is laggy again. Okay.
I'd love to hear more about that.
Yeah. Just want to have the beautiful picture with it too, right?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you can eat more and lose weight. I love that.
You can. It's true, because right now what's happening in the world is an opportunity. It's a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call to think about your own weight and your own health goals. Never before has so much opportunity existed to take control, to get the information and consciously choose what we want for ourselves. We have the ability to increase our own lifetime health outcome. So I just want to introduce myself a little bit, as I was referring to before. So as Karen was introducing me, I'm Michelle Wisla, and I'm a plant-based nutrition coach. So my plant-based story began back in 2008 when I had uterine fibroids that had to be surgically removed. My surgeon at Sanatorium Hospital here in Hong Kong said that my uterus was the size of someone who was 6 months pregnant. At that time, I was also gaining middle-aged weight, and I looked for a quick fix, and I actually went raw food vegan. It wasn't the healthiest thing, and it was totally unsustainable because I was traveling up and back and forth between Dongguan and Hong Kong every single week. So it wasn't sustainable. So I bounced back and I added fish back into my diet, and I became a vegetarian pescatarian. I essentially was eating a lot of cheese and yogurt in addition to the fatty salmon that I absolutely loved. Which is totally the wrong thing to do for weight loss, because I put on more middle-aged weight. Eventually, about 10 years after I had my fibroids surgically removed, I started learning about the actual science about animal foods, about cheese, yogurt, and fish. And I became more interested in nutrition and how the foods affect our health. I took courses and I lost that middle-aged weight. I lost 25 pounds. I became a member of the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, and now I teach and coach others on how to eat following evidence-based nutrition principles, which includes relearning how to cook in a health-promoting manner. And since both I and my partner Dalip really embrace this eating style, he's also no longer taking his high blood pressure medication that he used to take.
That's very impressive, Michelle.
Yeah, thank you. It actually took a lot of work to find out the information more than to actually put it in practice. Because as you know, there's so much health around health myths and, just not full information out there, I would say.
Right.
That's really what helped me discover that, I know that eating a whole food, plant-based, no oil diet is really the solution to the healthcare crisis and the obesity epidemic that we're facing in the world. And I know that if we reframe the way we cook and we choose a few different ingredients, you can get more nutrition and fewer calories. You lose weight and you keep it off, and you can extend your health span while you're doing that too. This is really the science. There are so many studies, good quality studies, not those sponsored by the food industry, that show us this. So today in our time together, I can get the slide on track. Yep, there we go. We're going to go over what eating whole food, plant-based, no oil means. We're going to talk about the difference between oil and fat, and we're going to make an oil-free salad dressing using whole food for the fat. So we still have that bit of taste of the fat, the nutrition of fat, because humans, we need fat and we like the taste of fat, but we're not going to be using a heavily processed oil. Today, we're going to be making a dressing using avocado as our big source of fat, a creamy, delicious avocado ranch dressing.
And who doesn't love avocado, right?
Exactly. You got my next line.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I think you're onto this. I think you can do this diet.
There we go.
So to talk about a whole food, plant-based, no oil, it's really a focus on four things. Fruits, veggies, legumes, which are beans, lentils, tofu, and soy products, as well as whole grains. So there are also nuts and seeds and components like a healthy, vinegar and spices and herbs. But these four things are the focus. These foods contain every macronutrient, vitamin, mineral. They contain phytochemicals, which are plant chemicals, and fiber. One nutrient that's really important and, to be conscious of is fiber. So many people are so concerned about where do they get their protein. Yet, do you know anyone who has kwashiorkor? Kwashiorkor is a form of malnutrition caused by lack of protein in the diet. Now, I'm guessing that people here probably know people with heart disease or diabetes, illnesses that are caused by too much animal fat and processed food in the diet, but not anyone who has kwashiorkor. And 95% of people eating a first world diet don't even get half the daily recommended amount of fiber in their diet. So all plants have fiber, but animal products do not. They don't have any, zero. And most processed food doesn't have fiber at all either. It contains very little. Fiber is the key to being able to eat as much quantity as you like. Not eating enough fiber is the main reason people can't lose and keep weight off. In addition to fiber, all plants also have protein, carbs, and fat. Even iceberg lettuce has fat. It's only a very small, minuscule percentage, but it has it. They're complete. So that's the eating style. And
Michelle,
then
where do you get your statistics from?
Quite a few different places. There's quite a few well-respected plant-based doctors, and there's studies all over. One good source that is kind of a good take-all is Simon Hill, who is a nutritionist based in Australia. He's written a book about 6 months ago called The Proof is in the Plants. So if you look for that one, that's a great source. He has a wonderful podcast too. And I also use Dr. Michael Greger, who runs a nonprofit or nonprofit, I guess it is, website, and he's written books. His site is called nutritionfacts.org. So he's a great person to look to. And then, of course, the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine in the U.S. is an organization of doctors promoting plant-based lifestyle and health and just, following the science. But, every day there's new studies that come out. I'm kind of a geek. I did take a class, an online class with Yale University, and studied how to read medical research papers because I wanted to know why are some studies like right and why are some wrong. So
exactly, I'm a freak like that. I need that proof behind it.
Oh, wonderful! I can share that course with you. It's really good. Yeah.
Thank
like
you.
a 12-week course, I think it was, but it's online, so it's nice.
Seema, what do you think? Have you resourced on these materials?
I've been looking into it, especially since I've been introduced to Michelle. And one thing that came to my attention is that omega-3 fatty acids, right, are polyunsaturated fats, and they're not produced by our bodies. We have to actually source it from our diet.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Yeah. That's.
And this is something very interesting, and it's just like I said, Michelle, it's something very new for me. Given that I am on the Ayurvedic school of thought, and Ayurvedic nutrition, Kiran, as you know, relies very heavily on ancient wisdom, and ancient wisdom implements a lot of healthy fats through the consumption of, let's say, ghee. Some schools of thought will prioritize cold-pressed olive oil, cold-pressed coconut oil, cold-pressed sesame oil. But this is like the no oil. What you're saying is no oil, oil from the pure source of food itself.
Right.
Is what you're saying. And it's making sense now, it's making some sense, because we love avocados, and avocados are very rich in fat.
Yeah.
Then we have cashew nuts, almonds, sesame seeds also have fat, a certain amount of fat. Like you said, lettuce also has a little bit of fat. So it's really just about training our taste buds to. Am I right? It's about training our taste.
Exactly.
To accept that fat, because our mind is so attached to the other form of fat.
The food industry has made you attached to that fat, actually.
Yes, a lot of food companies are not going to like us for saying this. Yes, but you're right. The food industry has made us very attached, and this is.
Well, it was a convenience thing, right? Grab a bottle of olive oil, grab a bottle of dressing. That's how it started, right? The dressing thing,
Absolutely. Who's the gentleman at Mind Valley? I forget his name.
Oh, yes. What is his name? I can't remember his name either.
Kiran, you might remember. I love him because he goes out to the supermarkets and he says, no added sugar. He says, you're likely to buy, he holds a tin, and he says, no added sugar. He says, and immediately you're going to say, oh, it doesn't have any preservatives, it doesn't have any sugar. He said, but no added sugar actually has more sugar than a product that has added sugar.
Yeah.
And he was reading the contents of the label, and he said, you really have to be aware of what you're buying these days. Even I would say, Michelle, after having this brief conversation with you, it definitely, like I said, is a new ray of light, and it's a spark. So how can we compensate the fact that we're so reliant on, like, olive oil and ghee, with a more natural form of fat?
I think that's where she's going to take us right now. Right?
Yes. I'm jumping the gun as usual, Karen, but I'm excited.
I'm just seeing like what super learners I have here. You guys are going to get this really quick,
it's go ahead, Michelle. It's all yours.
Yeah, yeah. I just want to quickly interject, and I hope I get the order of the words right, but there's a book out there called like Fat, Oil, Sugar, or maybe it's called Oil, Fat. I can't remember. It's like those three words, and it's written about the food industry. It's actually a reporter who basically studied the food industry and how they took the playbook from big tobacco to push processed foods and animal agriculture on people, basically. He's got some TED Talks and some YouTube videos out there too. If you, I think if you kind of Google that, you can find it, or I can come back to it later and give you guys the link. But anyhow, so actually, yes, well, this is what I was leading to. So why don't Dalip and I eat oil? So first of all, I want to be really clear that I don't believe fat is not necessary for human health. Right? So fat is an essential nutrient, and we must have a small amount of fat in our bodies, about 10% in our diets. We have to have about 10% of our calories coming from fat. People will sometimes believe, though, that they need oil in their diet to absorb some of these fat-soluble vitamins. Vitamin A, D, E, and K are fat-soluble, so we do need fat in our body. We need it in our diet, but that's not true. We need fat, not oil, to absorb the vitamins. So now oil is a fat, and that's all it is. Oil is 100% fat. It's not a whole food. It's a fattening, low nutrient processed food consisting of 100% fat. No protein, no carbohydrate, and no fiber in oil. It's just fat. So there are better places to get the small amount of fat that we need in our bodies to absorb those 4 vitamins. Oil is, it's also basically a fast food from the lips to the hips. When fats are ingested in the form of extracted oils, processed oils, they are rapidly absorbed by your body and converted into fat. If these fats were ingested as whole foods, like seeds, nuts, avocado, their absorption would be that much slower, over hours, not minutes, and these fats would be mostly burned off for energy needs and not stored. So I used to be like everyone else. I used to use oil in my cooking and make olive oil and vinegar dressings, since I thought that was the healthiest salad dressing rather than buying the bottled stuff from the supermarket. But for the number of calories it has, oil is just not a good source of nutrient. It's not what I would call nutrient dense. The nutrient density of a food is the amount of nutrients in the food per the number of calories the food comes with. So oil is not nutrient dense. So I can explain that with a little bit of a story, because probably many people here follow and have investments in the stock market. And you try to pick stocks that are not going to go on and give, that are going to go on and give you the most bang for your buck, right? The most return on your investment. You're not looking for junk bonds. So that's what nutrient density is like. It's looking for those foods that are going to give you the biggest return of nutrients for your caloric investment. If you've got 1,500 or 2,000 calories to spend each day, how are you going to invest those calories? I want to invest my calories in something that's got a lot of nutrition and tastes great, and I bet you do too. If we think about some of the foods that typical oils come from, like olive oil or avocado oil, it's from olives and avocados. Olives and avocados have fiber. They have more than just fat. They contain protein, carbs, vitamins, minerals, phytochemicals, in addition to just the fat that their oil version has. And so as Kieran was saying, who doesn't love avocado?
So essentially, I'm hearing, that by just cutting off oil, which is all fat, we can actually eat more during the day. More food.
It's a big source of the fat, yes. Animal products are the other source. For instance, cheese. 1 cup of cheese is about 1,000 calories, 1 cup of melted cheese. So animal proteins or animal food is a really high source of fat and calories, and in particular, saturated fat, which is the worst kind, besides trans fats, but those are kind of like gone. We don't really see those so much today anyhow. Yeah. So that's what, nutrient density is like, right? You want to get the biggest return for what you're spending every day. And we can see why an avocado with its many nutrients here is better than avocado oil. We can see that oil is the most concentrated source of fat in our modern day food. And one thing that people don't realize too is that protein and carbs have 4 to 5 calories per gram, whereas fat has 9 calories per gram. So that's why we want to keep the percentage really low. And then with the oil, it has fiber removed. The water's removed. Oil's the highest source of calories we could possibly eat. And it doesn't give us much in nutrition. Any nutrition that it has, we can actually get elsewhere for fewer calories. Olive oil in particular is less harmful than animal fat, right? But it's not as helpful as nuts and seeds. The olive oil polyphenols don't have the antioxidant and anti-inflammatory activity because olive oil has monounsaturated fat. Using olive oil in place of animal fat or other oils high in saturated fat reduces our cholesterol, total cholesterol and LDL cholesterol. So olive oil can be a better choice than animal products or other vegetable oils, but nuts and seeds are even better yet. So it's just a better choice, right? That's putting into practice, how am I going to spend my 2,000 daily calorie allotment, right? Eating avocado instead of avocado oil, right? It's got all the fiber, the protein, even looking, one giant sweet potato has 120 calories. It's the same as 1 tablespoon of olive oil. So, on the previous slide, you could see that there's several parts to eating whole food, plant-based, no oil. And one thing that you can immediately put into action and see the results of today is getting the oil out of your salads. Right? And we're going to make it taste really awesome because we're going to get our fat from a whole food source. So we still have that taste of fat, but we're adding more fiber. So it's a really easy action step to take. It's a great place to start to eat more consciously. Let's get the oil out of our salad dressings and start eating in a whole food, plant-based way.
And let's start with the salads, It's summertime. Yeah.
Exactly. So there's basically 3 parts to make up a salad. Just, talking about this here, right? Healthy salads are definitely a way of life for people who want to lose weight and improve and maintain their health. But actually the benefits of a salad could be lost when the calorie count is increased tenfold with oil. So I just want to start with the greens here because as the base of the salad, the greens are essentially the main ingredient that makes up the bulk of the plate. What we select for that base will determine our type of salad. But today, because of limited time, we can only pick one type of base, and we're going to focus on greens. And salad greens are usually what people think of when they think of a salad, but there are actually several other things that you could choose for your base besides greens. You can actually, use some things like roasted vegetables. You can get into eating things like quinoa or brown rice, putting that as part of a base. And we really don't have time to get into all of that. So I do have a link that has a lot of different recipes with different bases and salad oils that I can share here in the chat. So we'll just put that there. So that's basically a link that has things besides salad greens, and it has the avocado oil recipe all written out, but we'll go through that today. I'll show you in demo. So
thanks, Miguel. I think that will be very helpful for all of us, that link. That's important. Thank you.
Yeah, there's like a dozen or so recipes in there. So I've got many different no oil recipes, salad dressing recipes. And what I love about these things too is that you can use them thicker as a sauce. You can use it like a dip too. you know, for dipping vegetables, or maybe some homemade chips that weren't made with oil and sugar. So yeah, you can use it for a lot of things. So in talking about greens, I mentioned Dr. Greger before of nutritionfacts.org. He has a particular way that he eats where he calls it the daily dozen. So in his daily dozen of what he tries to eat, it's 2 servings a day of greens. And a serving is either considered 1 cup raw or a half a cup cooked. So that's really how important greens are in our diet. It's actually one of the most nutrient dense sources of food. Spices and herbs are higher than greens, but greens are really nutrient dense and a good source of fiber too. And then here's just a listing of the types of greens, and this is also in that download. So I just kind of listed out, you know, different ways that we can look at leafy greens. Basically, you know, they have so many different textures, right? So a good rule of thumb is to keep in mind that the hardier and firmer greens, like kale or romaine, can stand up to creamier dressings. And softer greens like arugula and spinach lend themselves really to lighter dressings like a vinaigrette. Yeah, so our dressings here. So just quickly, basically, before we make it, the dressing's the thing that brings everything together, right? It's what influences the flavor of the dish and what can make it seem hearty or light. You know, sometimes people do want to eat a light salad, and sometimes they want it to be more like a meal. And then dressings, let's see here, made without oil, basically are creamy and rich. Your greens actually can remain crisper without oil because the oil is heavier. So if you make a vinaigrette using maybe like some mustard and nutritional yeast or some other things with your souring agent, your vinegar or your lemon juice, it's a lot lighter on the greens. So it keeps the original taste of the greens too. And then the garnish. The garnish is one of my favorite parts of the salad because the garnish can often be more than just a finishing touch. I think we need to go beyond the garnish, you know, thinking of it as something that makes our plate beautiful, because it's actually a source of what other plant can I add to my plate. Because the variety of plants that we eat is actually what helps keep our gut microbiome really healthy. It gets back to that idea of eating fiber that I mentioned. So the more diverse sources you can get your fiber from, the healthier it is for your body. So with that, we're going to switch our cameras here. We've got another camera, and we will do the no oil avocado ranch demo here. I'm just going to allow Dalip to take over my computer to switch it over.
Sure.
And then, so
you know,
can
when we're training in chef schools, we're taught to garnish with only edible foods. And garnish, point number 2 is to garnish with the ingredients that you have used on your plate.
Oh, how does that work?
Well, yeah, I mean, instead of, you know, what did people used to use before? A sprig of something or the other, you know, but no, we've always been taught that this is the right way to do it. You know, you can't put anything on a plate that's not edible, B, that does not belong with the ingredients in the plate. Those were the rules of thumb, you know.
Right.
And so I've always been, you know, aware of that. And that's how I generally garnish. So when you brought that up, it reminded me like, hey, this is good. Let's bring that point across, you know, because you want to be able to eat the garnish as well, you know.
Definitely. Yeah. Especially those like edible flowers. People are, and I don't know which camera to look at. Those edible flowers, like people are always, you know, wondering, should I eat them or not? Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So,
I mean, there are so many wonderful edible flowers, but I think my favorite one is the hibiscus, you know.
I love hibiscus. Yes.
Right? Yeah.
In the tea, do you make hibiscus tea?
Yes, in the teas and, you know, sometimes desserts. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a lovely garnish. Yeah.
Mhm. Okay, great. So I'm going to start with the dressing here. Now I'm going to switch over cameras so you can see what I'm doing. So let me just explain to you what I have here as far as ingredients go, okay? So we've got our avocado here, and I'm actually going to show you a secret for how you open the avocado. To start out with, we have garlic cloves. So I'm going to put the garlic cloves in my blender. Now I have a Thermomix, which is a high-speed blender, so it'll blend it in 1 second. So I'm just going to do that because I don't feel like chopping, right? I can be lazy with a high-speed blender. So I just put...
Michelle, if you can hear me, if you can stop the screen share, then we can see what you are doing. Over.
There we go.
Thank you. Perfect. Carry on.
Sorry. Sorry. I'm here.
That's okay. That's great. Now we can see your pretty face.
Okay, good. All right. So what I did is I just chopped my garlic. If you can see that. Yeah, I can see that it's there. Okay. Good.
Yep.
All right. So basically just chop the garlic. And now for the avocado, I have a trick here. And one of the things is when you're shopping for an avocado, you look for ones that have that little butt still on it, because then when you take it off, hopefully it's a light color inside and not dark. That looks pretty light to me, so let's hope. That should signify that it's a good avocado and it hasn't gone totally stringy and bad. And I know a lot of people will cut their avocado in half and then kind of twist it this way, but I actually cut it into quarters. And I'm going to show you why this is a little bit easier. I can do it properly. All right, there we go. This is a lot simpler to get the pit out. You don't have to dig your nails in. It's a lot quicker. And then the other thing about avocados to know is that most of the nutrition is in that really dark green spot here along the side. So what you want to do is you don't want to dig into it with a spoon. You want to actually peel it. So peeling the avocado skin, you will leave more of that green intact. So it's actually, you're keeping most of the nutrition is in that green part, and you don't want to leave that behind if you're digging it out with a spoon.
That's a really great tip. Michelle, could you also tell our viewers how you would choose an avocado when you're in the grocery store?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So I'll actually buy a few at once. And so I look for them at different stages of ripeness so I can eat them over a few days. Mm-hmm. And if you see ones that are a light green and are really hard as a rock, they're not ready yet. But the great thing about avocados is that they continue to ripen. They ripen off of the plant. So you can actually take that hard avocado and it possibly will ripen in, 1, 2, 3 days. It depends how warm your kitchen is. Right now in Hong Kong, they're ripening in about a half a day. So you can do that. And then actually when they start to get ripe, they'll start to feel softer to the touch. They'll start to turn more of a purple or a reddish color. So that will signal to you that it's ready. So really, you just need it to be that softer touch. You don't want it to get really shrivelly and really like where you can push really deep into it, because then it's going to be bad. That actually is overripe. So you don't want to go there. Mm-hmm. But that's kind of my system. I try to buy some that are a little bit riper than others so that I can eat them. And now I'm just going to put these avocado in the blender here. And I'm hoping that I'll have like one with one bad spot, because actually this peeling trick is good in another way, because it will take any black spots that you have will come off in the peel. So this is really actually awesome for not having any bad parts of your avocado.
Michelle, I'm from Africa. And in Kenya, we get these really big apple avocados. They're huge. They're like great granddaddy avocados. And my mom, in fact, my uncle, my maternal uncle, has an avocado tree in his garden. So my aunt would always get baskets full, and my mom would always go over and steal a few avocados from my mommy or my aunt and say, Abba, give me a couple of avocados. And they'd be raw. And she had a trick, mommy had a trick of ripening her avocados really fast. She would lay a bunch of bananas on top of them. And she said, if you put bananas on top of avocados, they ripen faster. And Kiran, won't you agree they do? They somehow like the bananas, and
they have ethylene gas. Yeah.
It's true. It's the gases that help that. But my daughter also lives in Africa, and they also have a huge avocado tree, and they call it apple avocados or something like that. Big ones. And I'm like, what should I do with this? It'll feed the whole family, right? But they ripen very fast, naturally, because of the warmth in the kitchen as well. And I would just, try to be creative and just make a salsa. I mean, what shall I do once I've peeled this ginormous avocado? And the children just love that because they can enjoy that with cucumber spears and carrot sticks and things like that. So that's another way, eating healthy, have a bowl of avocado salsa.
Exactly.
So healthy. So healthy.
Exactly.
Kenya isn't as hot as Malawi. We have air-conditioned weather all year round because Nairobi is, although we're not far from the equator, we're on a high altitude.
Right.
So sometimes it won't ripen so fast. So my mom was always putting bananas on the avocados. And she'd always tell us we'd remove the bananas. And she'd say, how many times have I told you to leave the bananas on the avocados?
But it's the same with apples as well, right? They have the natural gases. Am I right, Michelle?
Yes, that's true. Yeah, you want to, like in your refrigerator, keep the apples in a separate section because otherwise it'll cause the other things like maybe broccoli to ripen too quickly or go bad.
Interesting. I now that's something new for me.
Yeah,
and also potatoes. You want to keep your potatoes away from your other, so kind of same category, banana, potato, and apple and pears.
Another way, I guess, is put them in a paper bag, and it'll ripen in a day. That works as well. It's always worked for me,
Yeah.
So
how do the apple avocados taste? They taste the same?
They're very creamy.
Yeah, they're creamy, and I think a little bit sweeter than the California ones.
Okay.
Yeah, in my opinion. Yeah.
We get an abundance of the Hass avocados from California here.
Right.
In Hong Kong.
In Hong Kong. Yeah.
In Hong Kong. But I'm yet to find African avocados here in Hong Kong. I wish we
could.
Then
combined with the African mangoes when making a salsa.
The apple mangoes, the huge ones. Yum.
I've never had that together. That would be awesome. Mango and avocado. I never thought of that.
Try that. And that's your natural sweetness, in your salsa. It's amazing. Michelle, we're keeping you away from your.
That's okay. I'm worried I'm slowing you guys down because I know there's people after me. But okay. So the rest of the ingredients. So this is actually really easy. So this is the great thing about these no oil sauces. You just really need, like any blender will do, even a food processor. But of course, the faster the blender, the more high speed, the easier it is. It's more of an easiness question. So this is nutritional yeast. So nutritional yeast is a good source of B vitamins, and it also adds a nutty kind of cheesy flavor to things. So it's savory. It's got that savory kind of taste.
Really yummy.
And then I have a little bit of mustard.
Talking about that later as well. Go ahead, Michelle. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I've got a little bit of mustard here.
And
so I'm going to put that in for some
do you use Dijon? Do you use Dijon mustard or do you?
That was Dijon. Yes, I'll switch them around, but Dijon is a good basic to have.
Yeah, I thought so.
Philippe likes the spicier Coleman's, but yeah. So, okay, then I've got some spices here, some onion powder, chipotle powder, and then I'm using plain black pepper, but often I'll use lemon black pepper. So that's really yummy too, if it's got a little bit of lemon in it. They sell it that way in the store, but I just don't have any on hand right now. So we'll put that in. And then lemon juice. So I've juiced 1 lemon. So the other thing about the way I like to cook and the way I like to teach people, because it's easy, is I try to use like easy to understand portions rather than saying a 1/4 cup of lemon juice. It's a whole lemon, and they're kind of similar, kind of not. So it's not going to turn out exactly the same, but we're doing home cooking here. We're not in a restaurant. We're not trying to repeat something exactly for every single guest, right?
Yeah.
It's just
And we
up to what
can
you have.
taste as we go, right?
Exactly, that too. Yes, yeah. You just juice another lemon if you want it more tart. And then I've got my dill. So this is a ranch dressing with a lot of dill in it, and I just chopped it fresh, and it smells heavenly in our kitchen right now. So if anything would make you hungry, it might be probably the smell of this.
Do you use apple cider vinegar as well in your dressings, Michelle?
I do. I use them fairly often. Yes. Yeah. I switch around. Depends on the dressing. That's
Nice.
easy to have if you don't have lemons on hand. You could even switch it out in this one. So
You're
this
holding
recipe.
my favorite milk, Oatly. Is that
Yes.
oat milk?
Try not to
Yeah.
make it. I hope it's not too noisy as I'm shaking it.
I love Oatly. I've actually stopped having dairy. I'm doing the Oatly in my tea and my coffee, and I'm loving it.
It's good. I think it's the creamiest. I also drink a lot of soy milk. So just because that's really, really healthy, but I do think the taste of the oat milk is a little bit nicer, but they do have some, I think it's rapeseed oil in here, which I don't really like. So, but it's convenient. So can't always make my own oat milk. So, and basically the recipe calls for 1 cup, but I've got a scale on my Thermomix. So I'm just going to measure out what 1 cup would be, which is about 240 grams. So I need the other container. And then this will make a fairly thick dressing. If you want it thinner, you just add more milk, basically. So I'm not putting in, I have chives here. I'm not putting those in because I'm going to mix them by hand. This won't take too long. It might be a little noisy. I'll try and cover the mic. Have a look here. Should be done. The Thermomix is really powerful and pretty quick. Yes. Okay. All right. Let me show you what that looks like, because it is a beautiful green color with the avocado and the dill. Can you see that? Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. There you go. Okay.
That looks really yummy.
Oh, yes. It's one of our favorites. You have to make this. Definitely. Definitely have to make this. So what I like to do then with the chives is just kind of mix it in by hand. I could chop it in, but I think it looks a little bit nicer, and it's nice to have a little bit of texture in it. But again, it's your kitchen, it's personal preference. You can take the recipe and make it any way you like, which is what's great about home cooking, right?
Michelle, I have a question. I mean, you used the wonderful dill, and in my opinion, dill and avocado are a perfect marriage. So are chives or green onions and avocado, depending on which, culture you're leaning towards. But you have extended yourself here with chives and dill. Tell me what you were thinking.
Oh, sure. Really, what I like to do is, having studied gut nutrition and our microbiome, really the thing that makes a healthy microbiome is having a diversity of plants in your diet. So when I'm creating recipes, or even when we're eating at home, I'll look at something that I've made or that I'm tasting, and it's like, what one more plant can I add to this? What can I make, to add another plant? Because I don't count calories. I count plants. How many plants did I eat today? How many plants did I eat this week? Is it diverse? Did I pick different vegetables and fruits than what I had yesterday?
Good point. You've got me thinking. Okay, I'm glad I asked that. Right, Seema? I mean, do you think like that? How many plants am I eating today?
Well, she's definitely got me thinking
Yes, right? Right.
about how many plants I'm going to eat
Exactly. I
this
made,
coming
made a
week.
note of that earlier.
I'm making a note
Counting
of that.
calories,
How
count
many
your
plants
plan.
am I going to eat?
Yeah.
Because that will help you get more in your diet too. And I think a lot of the ways I like to work with people is not set a limitation. Okay, so in my general scheme and view of things, I believe in no animal foods, no oils, but I don't like to talk about that really or coach people that way because it doesn't work mentally, right? You don't want to think about your diet being a restriction. You want to think about it as what can you eat? So if I tell you, like if you're normally like, you give me your diet, you're eating like 3 plants in a day, you have a piece of fruit, a small salad and, like, I don't know, broccoli for dinner and 3 things in a day. Okay, how can we get it up to 5? How can we get it up to 10? How are you going to eat more plants in a day? Because I think by putting those extra plants on your plate, you're crowding out the other stuff. You only have 1,500 to 2,000 calories. You don't eat that much more usually, right? Your daily calorie intake is about the same.
So the idea is to look above and beyond, look far and wide, and start counting the plants. Okay, cool.
Yes. Yes.
I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like
So, so that is really my presentation today. What we're making the no oil dressing and explaining a little bit about that. So Philippe can help me switch over so I can put another. I just put the link. I don't know if it got lost in the chat. I'll put it back. Can I just paste here? Okay.
I actually just received your, as you put your link up, I clicked on it and I put in my email and I received your book, your recipe book.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so I'm very, very excited. I do have one question because my creative, I'm Kiran, you know how crazy I am in the kitchen.
Your juices are flowing.
I'm just suffering now. I'm thinking of an Indian dal makhni, for example. It's buttery and it's rich. So I know you have an Instapot, right? Am I right? So you could either put it in a pressure cooker with, the onions, the tomatoes, the ginger, the garlic, and of course, no tinned tomatoes, everything fresh, and all your spices, your turmeric, your green chili, your cumin and everything. And you could really cook this up into a creamy mush. But to give it that butteriness, we normally put cream and butter into it. So would you say cashew cream, just soaked cashews, blitzed and added into it?
Cashew is one of the most neutral. It's one of the most neutral creams that you could use. I don't know, like sometimes with a lot of the food, I go to tahini too, but that's quite a nutty, it's got a different taste, right? So I think part of it is, although we can say like, we'll make like a plant-based burger, like a bean burger, or we'll make, like I do, plant-based pulled pork using oyster mushrooms. It's all about the barbecue sauce. So we have things we can say are similar, but I really think it's about discovering new taste too. Right? Not everything's going to be the same. Oh, and you did ask about this a little bit earlier. Actually, our taste buds in our mouth turn over about every 2 weeks. So if you can kind of, tell yourself, I'm not going to have oil or I'm not going to eat a high fat diet, I think is really what it takes to recenter your taste buds for about 2 to 3 weeks. Your taste buds kind of lose that. Now, you may still have a habit of, I don't know, sitting down in the evening and watching TV, eating buttered popcorn. So that's separate from your taste buds. That's part of the habit of what you're doing, right? So there you might need to go into some different habit formation. But your taste buds themselves change every 2 weeks or so.
Michelle, I'm still thinking, we might be strapped for time, but I have to say this. Since we all have lived in Asia, Kiran, you're from Hong Kong, Michelle, you're from Hong Kong as well. We all love our dandan mian, right? The noodles, the dandan mian. So let's think, what if we opt for buckwheat noodles or soba noodles, which are a lot more nutritious? and we cook them up, and we have this plant-based vegetable broth with no oil. So we can put in our celery, our onion, our carrot, everything, and we can make this very dense broth. And then we can just add it homemade nut butter, almond or peanut, tahini, and if you're gluten-free, well, you're having the noodles, so obviously you're not gluten-free, so you could add soy sauce to it, and you could add your blitzed chilies and garlic.
Yeah.
And I think, Kiran, what do you think?
Sounds absolutely delicious.
Pro. It would work without the oil, right? And you could throw in your, as it's boiling into the hot soup, you could throw in your beans, like your pak choy or choy sam or whatever you want.
You mentioned soy sauce. I mean, if you've got that umami flavor going, you don't miss the oils anyways. So
right. Yeah. The tahini actually brings in that fatty content, and as does the nut butter, right? The homemade. I make my own nut butter at home. I just keep churning my peanuts till they turn into butter.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, those are great ideas. There are lots of options. I think we need to write a book, girls.
Exciting.
We have so much information here.
And we do, but that was wonderful, Michelle. Thank you so much.
Michelle, can
we you're welcome.
Can we just have a look at the finished product one more time, just for for a refresh?
I can probably show here. Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. Bring it to the camera.
Yeah. That's gorgeous. Yeah. Very nice.
Smells good. I wish you were here to smell it, because it smells so good.
I'm over here. That's gorgeous. Yeah, I just want to dive into it now. Thank you, Michelle. That was beautiful.
Thank
you.
I hope we didn't inconvenience you with having to do a presentation and open up your kitchen and do a recipe for us.
No. It really was. It's fine. No. I'm happy to share, and I'm glad to connect with everyone who's here. This is actually a wonderful experience. So thank you.
I'm so happy to hear that. It was so lovely to have you. Seema, do we have anything?
I just oh yes,
there we go.
There's Kiran's son.
And so yes, I'm going to buy the book. There's my mum there. Can we zoom in? Isn't she gorgeous? And I think I am pretty much predominantly featured in this book. I assume so, considering I'm a son. If you get a chance, come and buy this book. You can buy it online as well. Do it for me. Thank you.
I love it.
God bless him.
Thanks, Neil.
God bless him. I have the book.
Thank you. Seema, I hope you will meet Roshan, since you are there right now.
I will meet Roshan, and I will be meeting Michelle and Dalip very soon. And I have to admit, I'm a tad intimidated to cook for them, because she's given me a strict thing, no oil at all. This is what we eat. But you know what? Like I said, it's a new ray of light, and I will be taking some tips from you, Michelle. Fantastic.
Dive in. You can do it.
Beautiful.
It's easy.
I will be chatting with you on WhatsApp. And I just wanted to thank you one more time, Kiran, for introducing Michelle and bringing her on board. This has been great for us.
Michelle is awesome.
Thank you.
And thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Dilip. Thank you, Bina, for connecting us. It's all about connections and friendships, and you're meeting Bina as well, right?
Yes. So not just 2 weeks down the line, and we'll be meeting, and we'll FaceTime you.
Perfect. I would love nothing more. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Meena Trivedi now, a very exciting lady coming on board to join us with a very beautiful recipe. So I'd like to say a very warm global namaste to you, Meena ji. But before we start, I wanted to say something about Meena ji. Meena ji is our in-house singer and performer here at Healing Our Earth. By profession, she's a singer and a performer and a music teacher. She's trained in Indian classical music and specializes in Bollywood songs. Meena ji has performed at various prestigious events and venues here in the UK, including the very well-known Trafalgar Square. Meena Trivedi is a keen cook and a very good one, I must say, and regularly prepares delicious, believe me, trust me, delicious, delectable dishes for her friends and family. She loves to travel. She's just returned from Morocco, if I'm right, and she loves to prepare various fusion dishes. In fact, Karen, you and Meena can have a discussion about Morocco since you both visited recently. As I said, she loves to travel, and today she's making an exotic summery mango coconut salad. A very warm global namaste to you, Meena ji.
Namaste, Meena. How lovely to meet you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Kiranji and Seemaji. A global namaste to you too, and a global namaste to all our viewers and our friends all around the world of Healing Our Earth. I'm so happy to be here again. It's been
We're so happy.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is so exciting. I can't wait to hear, see, smell, and taste everything that you're going to be doing. So exciting.
Thank you. So, like Simaji already read what I'm going to do. I'm going to make spicy mango coconut salad. And I was actually watching, I've been watching Michelle talking about how healthy we should be in our diet. And it's just amazing. I mean, Michelle, in my recipe, I've got olive oil, and this is probably the last time I'm going to use olive oil in my dressing.
Oh, see, Michelle, see what you've done.
What an inspiration, honestly. Thank you so much for sharing all your... Thank you. So it's just amazing. Yeah. And Simaji, you just mentioned that I have come back from Morocco. Yes, I have. Just last week we came back, and it was just absolutely amazing. And the cuisine is very similar to our Indian cuisine as well. They eat a lot of sesame oil instead.
It's amazing. They have a lot of spices as well. And Kiran actually just returned from Morocco as well.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And she went for a tagine making class, right?
I did. It was wonderful. I think the whole spices linked to the whole Silk Road journey, and we learned so much from that, and how many countries the spices actually touched, so it's not uncommon, to
I was really surprised to see that they use turmeric like we do, and they use chili powder, and the zira powder they use,
and saffron.
And saffron is, oh my God, this,
right?
I think purest saffron that you get in Morocco. I have bought some for myself as well.
It's the jewel of the crown, right?
Yes. It was absolutely amazing. And the cuisine is amazing. They make things like bagrir, if I'm not wrong, bagrir, and some kind of pancakes, and some kind of paratha, which are square shape. I can't remember.
Right. I think they're called taboon breads. They have so many different kinds of breads, and
it's just amazing. They use a lot of sesame oil, and they use sesame in everything, even on sweets, and in their cooking. They make everything with sesame.
Same with Lebanese cuisine. It's all sesame.
Yes, lots of sesame.
With tahini using that.
Tahini. But they make something very delicious, a spice blend in Morocco that's extremely delicious, and I call it an equivalent of a garam masala. It's called ras al hanout.
Okay.
And they put rose petals in it.
Rose petals. But even in the harissa, they use a lot of harissa. And when I went to the souks, the spice markets, they had some of the harissa with the other ingredients as well.
The olives, I think they had lots of olives in harissa, the one that I had.
Yeah, but they're making different kinds of harissa.
Okay.
So they're just taking it to another level now, experimenting.
What I had was like red, blood red in color. So they use red chilies and put lots of olives. Right. And I think they put vinegar in it. It was just absolutely amazing.
Yeah. I mean, they had it both in the dry version and the paste as well. The garam masala thing is a little bit darker, and you can smell, it's aromatic. It has that earthiness, so it's been roasted already.
Yes,
Harissa.
correct.
But
They put a lot of harissa in
heat.
the falafels as well.
Mm.
That's what I know.
Isn't it lovely how every spice tells a story?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, very well said, Seemaji.
So amazing.
Your mom, Seema, your mom and her book, everything she did that during that time, that was so special. I'm still in awe of that book. I think you really need to reprint
That book's coming to you. It's coming to you. We have it here in Hong Kong. And yeah, my mom, touch wood, my mom was, I would call her the spice queen of that era.
Wow.
Really.
Yeah.
Very
Very aristocratic, No.
She wouldn't weigh anything, Kiran. She used to get frustrated with me. So I used to be in the kitchen and I used to say, Mama, but how much? You just say, put a little bit of jeera, put a little bit of cumin. And I used to say, but how much? And she'd go, do this, how moms go, matu. She'd say, just put it in and say how much. She said, I've shown you 100 times. I said, yeah, but you just put it without a blink of an eye, and it's the same amount every time. I don't know. Is it a teaspoon?
You
Is it half a teaspoon?
go figure it out.
And then she'd say, oh, just go.
But I know Mina's here today, and she's going to give us exact measurements for all of us and our viewers, especially.
Yes, I am. Before I start showing what I have to show today, I'm going to sing a song for Seemaji and Kiranji.
Thank you. You are our singing chef, so please sing a song for us. Thank you.
Ji, zarur, why not? आपकी आँखों में कुछ महके हुए से राज है आपकी आँखों में कुछ महके हुए से राज है आपसे भी खूबसूरत आपके अंदाज है आपकी आँखों में कुछ महके हुए से राज है. So this was nice for both of you. You both wonderful ladies.
That's sweet. Can you just tell me in a few words what that meant? Right, Michelle? Is Michelle still there? Michelle? I'm sure you'd like to know, right?
It's a very romantic song, actually. Beautifully sung by Kishore Kumar and Lata Mangeshkar from the film Ghar. And a very, very popular song in that era. And Aapki aankhon mein kuch mehke hue se raaz hai, means there are some suspicious things in your eyes. आपसे भी खूबसूरत आपके अंदाज हैं. Your how do you say andaz in English?
Your thoughts or your actions?
Actions, I would say, yeah. Your actions, Antos, yes, they are even more beautiful than yourself. That's what it means.
So lovely. So romantic, right?
Very lovely song. Thank you.
Very popular song. Very, very popular song.
Just being able to sing in the kitchen, it's kind of like what you do when you are prepping yourself, but to be able to sing in the kitchen, it brings joy, right? Happiness, joy, like you're ready to do it, and it's the love that pours out of you into what you are preparing for your family, for your loved ones.
Very true.
Right?
Very true.
Is that how you feel, Meena?
Yes, absolutely. I never cook without singing. I'm always singing when I'm cooking. Always, always. My music is always on and I'm singing along with it.
Oh, that's so inspiring. I love that.
Yeah. So I think music and cooking, both are very therapeutic, I would say.
It is. It's
yeah.
true.
It's
Good.
like,
well, thank you.
it's a kind of therapy.
Yes, I usually turn my music on when I'm in the kitchen, but I wouldn't dare sing. That was very lovely.
Oh, thank you so much. And now coming to this, yes, I'm going to make spicy mango coconut salad today for all of you in this beautiful weather, beautiful summer that we have got in Britain this time. And I don't know if you can see here. I have got some rocket. Rocket. I've got some ripe, yummy, sweet mango. They are cubed very nicely. And these mangoes are from India. They are called Kesar mango. They are from Junagadh. I have actually been to Junagadh to see how they grow these mangoes and how they are, oh my God, they are in acres and acres of lands. And it's just absolutely amazing how wonderful they look in there. So yes, I recently bought these Kesar mangoes and I thought I could put this in my salad today. And I've got some yummy, nicely chopped spring onions. I have got some red pepper. Oops, red pepper. And these are pomegranate seeds. They just give that color and that crunch in your salad. And for topping, I have got these are flakes of coconut. Flakes coconut, coriander, slivered almonds, some blueberries I have in this weather, a slice of lemon, and some walnuts. Walnuts are my favorite. I just love them. I can eat walnuts in just bulk. And yes, Michelle, this is for you. I've got olive oil in my in my dressing, and I have got some green chilies, finely chopped, some thin slices of ginger, some jaggery, which we use a lot in our Indian cooking, along with some khatta, the sour things. And this is a whole big lemon of, whole big size of lemon. And this is freshly ground, oops, I don't know if you can see here, freshly ground black pepper, Himalayan pink salt, and some kala namak, which is black salt. Okay, so
Veena ji, you know what I love is you've got all these elements of color. Beautiful colors, beautiful choice of salad, all these tropical flavors, and you've got the textures. And what I love about this is we've just had Michelle, who's told us not to eat oil, which is great. Now you're doing this salad with oil, which is really exciting, which is something I would make in my kitchen. But the exciting part of it is we're going to learn from this, from Michelle. Now we've made this lovely salad, which is delicious, and we've made it with oil. And Michelle, what can we replace the oil with in this salad? Yippee yay, I'm really excited.
I would love to know that, Michelle, from you.
Yeah. She's a real expert. We really need to get her input on all this.
Okay. So basically it's very simple. I'm going to put these rocket leaves, tip them here. They're absolutely crunchy, fresh, and yummy. I've got some red pepper.
Lovely.
Nicely chopped. Sliced. And look at these yummy mango cubes. Kesar mango cubes. They are so sweet and juicy. I'm going to...
That is one colorful salad for sure.
Oh, it's so colorful in this weather, isn't it? It's just perfect for this weather.
And you know what I love is that you've got the mango, the softness of the mango against the crunch of the red capsicum, and then you've got the leafiness of the arugula or the rocket. This is great.
I just love rocket leaves.
Me too. Peppery. They're peppery.
Yes, that's right. They have different kind of taste, which I can't really explain how. And the spring onions. How can we make salads without onions? And spring onions are the best.
Best, always.
That gives a nice crunch as well. So I'm going to actually pour everything in here.
Oh, nice.
Look at the color. Look at the color already. And oops, yeah. And crunchy pomegranate seeds, which I'm
so heart healthy.
Wow.
Pomegranate is so heart healthy.
Wow. I just love them. Okay. Now
Whenever I see pomegranate seeds in any form, I think of Persian cuisine.
I know you love those, Seema. I've seen
I
you
love
use them a few
pomegranates.
times,
Oh
and
my
I know you
goodness,
love those.
yes. I have to have pomegranate in my fridge.
Mina,
Thank
this
you.
is getting
Yes.
mouth-watering. You know the camera that is pointing onto the worktop? Mina, the camera that's pointing onto the worktop.
Yes.
If you can bring it forward and then face it slightly more down so we can zoom. Yes, that's beautiful. And
Is better?
slightly more down.
Down. Okay, I'll put it.
Slightly. Beautiful. Now we can see
Lovely.
those wonderful
Here you
pomegranate
are.
seeds and the
Now you
mangoes.
can see.
And our mouth is watering.
Oh
Over to
my
you.
God, look at that color. Can you see this?
Colors.
So I'm just tossing it a little bit so that it gets mixed nicely. And now,
This salad is not only a feast for the eyes with colors, but it's going to be an explosion of flavors, just like that ranch dressing. I'm actually salivating, and it's 10:30 at night here, and I had my dinner at 6:30. And after seeing Michelle's beautiful creamy dressing, another salad, I'm hungry.
and I have got some, oops, I don't know if you can see. Oh, okay.
Plump, juicy blueberries, Meena ji.
Sorry, these are blueberries, yes. So these are blueberries.
Yum.
I just love them. They are in season. So I'm just going to pour them in as well. Give them a toss again. This is a better way of actually mixing salad rather than using a spoon or a spatula. See how,
That's what my mom used to do, the
see
same
how
thing.
nice and colorful it looks.
Beautiful.
Wow, yummy. And now I'm going to prepare dressing. So, Michelle, here I'm going to use some oil. And this is, like I said, this is probably the last time I'm going to use oil in my dressing. Oh.
Michelle, look what you've started, huh?
Yeah, she's
Oh my gosh.
she's gonna create a movement, Kiran.
Yeah.
Yes, it seems like, yes, definitely.
Mina, you actually look quite thin anyhow. I don't know how you're doing this by eating that oil, but
Trust me, in my daily life, I don't use so much oil in my cooking anyway. I try to use my air fryer for all the fried foods, so I'm not using any oil actually in my food. So like we Indians, we like our pakoras and bhajiyas and all. I'm just using my air fryer to do that. I'm not actually deep
Nice.
at all. Yes, I've completely stopped.
yeah, you've already took your first step.
Yes, I have. And this will be my second step. And this is one big lemon that I have used. I've also put some zest in it. I already mixed with it. And so I'm going to use this lemon in here.
Nice.
Yum.
Yum.
And some jaggery to go with lemon, because lemon is really, really sour and khatta. And so I'm going to, just to balance it out, I'm going to put a little bit of jaggery in there. Not much.
So you're just going to get that that sourness balanced out, right?
Yeah, that's right. Just to give that balance.
Okay, now I'm thinking Michelle here, okay? Sorry, forgive me. This has really impacted me, okay, in a huge way. So I'm thinking olive oil, replace it with what? So I'm thinking of tahini. I'm thinking of cashew cream. I'm thinking of any almond butter or peanut butter might be nice. I love the lemon. I love the lemon zest. For the jaggery, I use a lot of jaggery in my dressings. I'm from Kenya. We use a lot of jaggery in our cuisine to balance out the sweet and sour. I'm thinking of a fruit. How about apple puree? What do you say, Michelle?
Perfect. But actually, I would also, because she's using a powder, right? Maybe go to date sugar. is what I use.
That's a good
I
idea.
use date sugar.
Yes, now you're talking.
Yes, correct. Wow, there's so much to learn for me.
Date sugar has this very deep, rich molasses kind of flavor, right?
It does.
Yeah, yeah.
It's more similar to a brown sugar in general. So that, yeah, I mean, that's part of it is you do have to accept that you don't have a one-for-one exact replacement.
Could we blend a date into this dressing?
Can we?
Like a vegetable date, just de-seed it and blend it into the dressing. Can work?
Yeah, I think it probably could. Or mix it with a little bit of water. Actually, I make my own date syrup. I don't buy commercial. And I make it in my Thermomix here. I just blend dates with water and lemon juice.
Wow. Okay, that sounds really good actually. Yes. And this is one green chili, which is not too spicy. It's just medium. I'm just going to add that in here.
Nice. Yummy.
And this is ginger. So you can see.
Yay.
Yeah, I love ginger. I love ginger.
Okay, that's different. Ginger in a salad, you know.
And this is freshly ground black pepper. I just now did just before I logged in. So I'm just going to take.
You know what I love is you're using Himalayan pink salt.
Yes,
You said
that
you're
is.
also using kala namak. So you're giving that Indian, you're bringing in the ginger and you're bringing in the kala namak, which is
Yeah.
so may I say this, if I may be permitted, that I was reading about kala namak, and a lot of my Western friends asked me to define what kala namak is. You know, Seema, what is kala namak? You know, it has this gunpowdery taste. So Kiran, I looked it up, and please throw some more light on this, because someone told me it's salt petre. And
Yeah, that is one commonality, you know. That's a good way to describe it. I mean, you know, different chefs have various forms for that, but essentially it is a pepper, you know, and it has heat. It has heat.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is one good definition. Yes, you know.
Wow.
But you can see what Mina's doing. She's got two varieties of heat going on here, you know, with the ginger and the pepper as well, right?
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And now I'm going to put some.
I like that, you know, I like the ginger and I like the pepper and the chilies, you know, so you've got
So
this heat.
namak and Himalayan pink salt goes in. And I'm going to.
But it kind of balances with the coconut that she's using, you know, predominantly.
Oh, I see.
Right?
Okay. So just give it a nice stir so everything gets mixed with the jaggery as well. And I can already smell the ginger and black pepper, and it's just the aroma. It's already
enticing aromas. You've got, must be getting the ginger coming through.
I'm going to pour this nice dressing in here. Wow. Yum. This is going to be our dinner.
It looks so colorful. You know, they talk about eating your rainbow. And that's pretty much the rainbow there, I would say. You've got, you know, every color you can think of.
Nina, what song would you attribute to your salad here?
Okay, good question. You know, when it comes to singing, yes, I'm always ready to sing.
Okay, let's hear you sing some lyrics that go with the salad. Okay.
Since this is about rocket leaves, okay, so this is about patta, so I'm going to sing patta patta boota boota.
There you go. There you go.
Lovely.
Goes with my salad very well.
Okay.
So, here's the song. Patta patta boota boota, हाल हमारा जाने है पत्ता 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 जाने न जाने गुल ही न जाने बाग तो सारा जाने है पत्ता पत्ता बोटा बोटा हाल हमारा जाने है पत्ता पत्ता कोई किसी को चाहे तो क्यों बुरा समझते हैं लोग कोई किसी की खातिर तरसे अगर तो हंसते हैं लोग बेगाना आलम है सारा यहाँ तो कोई हमारा दर्द नहीं पहचाने है पत्ता पत्ता बूटा बूटा हाल हमारा जाने है पत्ता पत्ता
Oh, that was so precious.
Thank you so much.
What is butta butta? Is that corn? Butta?
No, pata I don't know what buta buta means. Patta patta. Patta, yes.
Butta, I know. Butta, I know is
I know
leaf.
patta, but buta I really don't know. Sometimes I
think it's corn. Don't they call corn
If
butta?
anybody in our as our viewers know, they can always tell us. So yes.
Maybe Mr. Kumar would know that.
Yes, Kiran, you're right. Bhutta in India is called sweet corn. They,
Oh, Bhuta. No, that is Bhuta. That is Bhuta, Nilbhai, not Bhuta. Bhuta.
Meena, while you are preparing that,
Yes.
Samir from Kenya is following what you are doing.
Okay.
And because your recipe is on the website, on the Healing Our Earth website, and instead of mangoes, he has actually used sweet pineapple, and he is also enjoying.
That's absolutely wonderful. I love pineapples. Yes, and I think they will go very well in this salad as well. Yes,
Yum.
definitely. And now for garnishing, I'm going to use these coconut flakes. I love coconut. Being brought up in South India, in Hyderabad, I just love coconut. I'm a Gujarati, but I love putting coconut in almost everything that I make. And look at the color that it gives.
Oh, wow.
Look at the color.
The contrast.
Yeah, it's like snowflakes, right?
Yes, exactly. And on top of that, I have got some coriander. Just going to give that.
Beautiful.
Not much, because we have a lot of green in there anyway. I'm going to put some slivered almonds.
I love the combination of textures and flavors here.
And my favorite, walnuts. I just love, and I think walnuts go very well with all the salads, I think.
Yeah, that's a typical brain food, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is.
So I want to say something to Mr. Samir in Nairobi in Kenya. I'm from Kenya too, and I can totally resonate with the pineapple because I love to use pineapple in my salads as well. I think it's a Kenyan thing, and yeah, it's like having a pina colada salad, right, Kiran?
Yes, yummy.
I love it.
Yum. Pina coladas.
And some more pomegranate that gives more color. There you are.
And the sweet blueberries, yummy.
Here it is.
Such
Beautiful.
a beautiful salad. Kiran, look at that.
Yummy.
Wow, thank you so much. It's just, as I said, this is going to be our dinner.
It's a lovely party salad for entertaining.
Yes.
Imagine bringing that to
That's
the table. You know,
That's right, yes.
very tantalizing. Great.
Absolutely, yes. I will sing one more song. I never have enough of singing, okay?
Please do.
I'm going to sing Kora Kagas Tha Ye Man Mera, another one.
I know that song.
Ah!
I know that song, but please go ahead.
hmm, 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 ha, 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 hmm, hey, hey. कोरा कागज था ये मन मेरा 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 लिख दिया नाम इस पे तेरा 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 कोरा कागज था ये मन मेरा लिख लिया नाम इस पे तेरा सुना आंगन था जीवन मेरा बस गया प्यार इसमें तेरा टूट न जाए सपने मैं डरता हूँ निस दिन सपनों में देखा करता हूँ हो टूट न जाए सपने मैं डरता हूँ निस दिन सपनों में देखा करता हूँ नैना कजरारे मतवारे ये इशारे खाली दर्पण था जीवन मेरा रच गया रूप इसमें तेरा कोरा कागज था ये मन मेरा लिख लिया नाम इस पे तेरा 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 and this is for healing our earth actually this song I was singing this song keeping healing our earth in my mind because I have been part of healing our earth for the past more than 2 years and I have grown so much since then so I'm so grateful to healing our earth. Thank you Neelji for making me part of this as well. I'm really happy to be here.
That's so precious. Thank you, Meena.
Thank you so much.
Energy, your voice, I always say this transports me to another place. And I could see that Michelle was even smiling, and Kiran, you were swaying and smiling.
You know what?
Your
Music
voice
has
is
no
so
language. Music has no
beautiful.
language, but yet it can touch your heart.
It does. And, you know, as much as music touches our heart, when someone cooks with so much love, and passion the way you have today, and I know the way you always do because you always send me these lovely snapshots of recipes
Yes, I
that
do
we
share
exchange snapshots with each other. It would touch anybody's heart and soul. And you know, Kiran, I love that salad. Now I'm jumping to something. I know you had a salad program.
Yes.
You're the queen
yes.
of salads. This is the queen of salads here.
Yes, we need to bring that in quickly, right? Yes, tons of salads. They're magical, you know.
Wow. It does look nice actually. On
Gorgeous.
the screen it looks really nice as well, yes.
Even your presentation, Meena, that bowl is so lovely, you know. It looks very classy and
You know what, Kiranji, I got this from Morocco. They are very good with artisan. They make beautiful such bowls and they make such beautiful things with ceramic.
They do, but you have good taste to pick.
Thank you. Thank you. I do collect these things wherever I go, in whichever country I travel. I pick up their local things that they make by their hands.
That's good. I love plates because a plate is important. You know, when you're plating food, again, going back to cooking school, you know, they teach you how to plate.
Yes,
right.
correct.
So I'm into making plates. My daughter, my youngest, has a art studio in California. Wow. I'm going to be visiting again. So when I was there last summer, I made my own plate. Maybe I'll show it at the next show. And a plate makes a huge difference. It's because it's a vessel that you can showcase your product in. So it's important to match the plate to your food.
Right.
Would you agree to that?
Absolutely, absolutely. Bang on. Yeah. No, global namaste to everybody. Thank you so much. And hopefully I'll be again here soon.
What a delight. We got 2 for 1. We got singing and cooking.
And Meenaji,
I can
your
sing all
voice.
night and all day.
Please stay on. Sorry.
Please stay on, please, and please keep singing because you sing so beautifully, Meenaji. It touches our heart. She's got some magic in her voice, doesn't she, Kiran? And
does.
Michelle, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, the whole melody and everything, just gorgeous. I have those
wonderful.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Yes,
Nina, can you lift the final presentation on the
Yes,
other?
I
Can you
can.
lift it near the camera?
like this.
Yes, bit more. That's it. Well, there you are, the scrumptious. Yes, beautiful. Just run with the ingredients again.
Wow, the ingredients are rocket leaves, pomegranate seeds, peppers, spring onions, and on top of that, I have put some, for topping, I used all the nuts that I had, which is walnuts, almonds, and as you can see, some blueberries and pomegranates again. And for dressing, I had olive oil, ground pepper, Himalayan salt, black salt, jaggery, lemon, and yeah, that's it, really.
I think Michelle will approve of this. I think that's enough vegetables and fruit for a day. What do you think, Michelle? Yes?
I love all the plants. It's just awesome. It was like she was just thinking to herself, what other plant can I add? I love that.
Exactly, right?
Yeah, we can. I think we can also use some baby young spinach in there as well. Would they look? Would they be nice as well? Do you think?
Beautiful.
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah, I would use some baby spinach if I had some. Yes, but pineapple sounds like a very good idea as well. If I had pineapple, I would have definitely put some pineapple in there. But
I love it when our viewers contribute and participate and get excited and want to share. You know, I love that involvement. You know, so that's great, Meena. I mean, well done. You know, you included everyone in this.
Oh, thank you so much. My pleasure.
Thank you, Meenaji. That's truly a very special salad, and definitely going to give it a try, you know. And yeah, and Michelle, yeah, I know we have the oil, but we could easily make it without the oil, right?
I think you could. Yeah, I think there's enough stuff in there that you could make it without the oil. And if you want to get that fatty aspect, I almost was thinking because she's adding so many plants, you could just chop up avocado and add it to it, right? I mean, I think you could do well to do that. So that could work, I think.
Wow.
Okay. Very yummy.
But if you're looking for that, you know, a little bit of liquid to have everything tossed together. And if you're missing that, and if you're not using oil, I mean, you've got the juice of the pineapple, you know the juice of the blueberries will also secrete into your mouth, you know, when you bite into them, you know. So I think you have enough going to, you know, toss it together without missing the oil fat part, right?
I think so. Yeah. I don't think you would necessarily miss it unless you're used to eating it. You know, that's the only thing.
Yeah, because you want a bite, you want some crunch in your salad as well, you know, and that's where the peppers and other things contribute that, you know, you want that as well. Yeah.
I mean, it might take a little bit of experimenting, but you could even make it into a creamy dressing using like the cashew cream, as Seema was, you know, alluding to earlier, or the tahini, maybe to keep it a little bit more authentic. But that makes it creamier. Then you're going away from that liquid, that vinaigrette type feel.
Instead of jaggery, can we use some honey? Do you think?
Michelle shared date sugar or
Yeah. But Michelle,
or-
she has a question for you. She's talking about honey. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts, I don't use it. It's if you go to that nutritionfacts.org website that I referred to, there is a video talking about the healthiest sugar, and Dr. Greger goes into a lot of reasons why honey is just a form of sweetness. The one thing that makes date sugar so healthy is the way it's made, the way it's processed, going into processed foods, because they keep the fiber. They dry the dates and they grind it. So you've got the whole plant. So that's the idea. Honey, it tops out as being almost as sweet as regular sugar. There's no fiber in it. It's an animal secretion, really.
Wow, that's very informative, I must say. Yes. Date sugar is the idea.
It is. There's another one called lucuma flour. I don't know if you're familiar with that one. I think it's in Indonesia natively. But you could sometimes in the past buy it on iHerb. I haven't seen it recently, but that's another one where they take the entire flour and it does have fiber in it. So what I'm looking for is fiber, because that will slow the absorption of the sugar molecule by your body. They say that typically when you eat sugar encased in fiber, you actually absorb about 20 to 25% less, because of how it moves through your body. So rather than eating a pure form of like a white sugar or even a brown sugar or a honey, because there's no fiber.
Michelle, how about agave?
Yeah, same. It's not that. Agave is actually the closest to white sugar.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's yeah.
Yeah, sometimes like
Wow.
people think because it's natural, right? But I could say arsenic is natural. It doesn't make it healthy, right? So I think that's kind of like, what I needed to learn when I thought I was starting to eat healthy and following a lot of like popular sites. You can kind of twist it around and make the case for what you want to hear or what we're most comfortable with, but you really need to go behind the scenes, see who did the study, why was it done. And then I think you also, in a way, need to realize it's not about being 100% perfect, right? It's this diversity of plants we want in our diet, but are blueberries may be considered like one of the healthiest foods because of its high antioxidants? Yes. But do we want to eat 100% blueberries? No, we lose the diversity in our diet. So you have to somehow strike a balance. And a lot of the studies say 90% or more plant-based. So that could leave room for you to have your oil once in a while, right? It sounds like you're just using it in the salad. So if you're not eating that salad every single day and you're keeping that oil to be about, or that fat to be 10% of your calories or so, you're in a good place.
It's all about the balance.
Yeah, sorry, I went on a little long, sorry.
No, that was good. It's all
Yeah.
about the balance. Yeah.
It's so amazing that you speak about the balance. And I was always under the impression that agave was so healthy. And you said it's the closest these days to sugar. And this is such a new ray of light. And I have one question. How about maple syrup?
That's more similar to honey. It's still sweet. It's a honey. There's no fiber.
It's got a lovely flavor. It really does, and I mean, you're from the United States of America, and Kiran, you are too, so you know about pancakes and maple syrup. So it's a big thing.
Siu.
But
actually, I mean,
a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Sorry, but I mean, like it's kind of like they say sugar isn't quite as bad as fat. I don't know, like like you literally have to follow a human being until they die and see every single thing they eat to really know what is the healthiest. All these studies point to X% lower your risk from this or that, right? So we try to work it out the best we can.
Very, very insightful.
Well, thank you, ladies. That was very informative and very entertaining at the same time. We learned a lot today.
And I love Mina's salad. I mean, I love the diversity of plants in it. And yeah, it's great.
In
Pomegranate.
I get that crunchy.
From now on, I'm going to think how many plants did I eat in a day? Definitely.
Yeah.
You know, and I loved the salad too. I love the colors, and I think we have Ranju Ben here with us, joining us, and she'd like to say something.
Hello, my name is Ranju. Can I ask a question to Michelle, please?
Sure.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. I've been listening to all these healthy options, but regards to the salad and the salad dressing and the oil mixture and everything, how about mixing up with 0% yogurt, 0% fat yogurt in the salad? That's how I eat my salad. Just mix it up with, just do a selection of different salad stuff and mix it with 0% fat yogurt, and I love it.
Yeah, yogurt has a nice creamy taste and it does make a good base. I try to go to a plant-based yogurt. So I look for like like an oat milk yogurt, or a yogurt made from soy, or a yogurt made from almonds. Actually, I've seen in the market too. So I don't eat animal foods. I don't like dairy in particular. It's also been shown in a lot of studies to not be good for human health. Basically, you're getting a really concentrated source of animal hormones just naturally. It's not even whether the cow was fed hormones. It's because that 800-pound cow was meant to grow a 60-pound calf to an 800-pound cow in about a year. So they're getting so much growth hormone. It's just not good. And I know you mentioned 0% fat, but a lot of it is the fat in animal yogurt. So that's kind of my thought on that. But, again, it's not about perfection, right? It's about trying to keep that, like bad stuff to maybe 10% or less of our calories.
Okay.
Does that answer? I hope that answers. But try a soy yogurt or an oat milk yogurt. They actually can be really creamy. And if you're a cook, you can try making your own and see how it goes and see what you like.
Yeah, I'll try the oat yogurt. Yeah. Thanks for your advice. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. You're welcome. Hope that helps.
What an amazing session we're having, Kiran and Michelle. And Kiran, it's so much fun. And, Meena ji, I wanted to thank her, and I wanted to thank Michelle for coming on board today. Now, before, Kiran, you have a treat for us today, I know. But before we jump on to your treat session.
I just need a moment. So if you can...
while you're waiting for a moment, I'm just going to announce our future sessions.
Please, go ahead.
We have another, for those of you who've enjoyed this session today, which has been great, we have another very exciting session coming up on our Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen, which is on Sunday, the 3rd of July, from 2 to 8 p.m. British Standard Time. And the following Sunday, we have a Guru Purnima special, where we pay obeisance and show our gratitude to our teacher. That is Sunday, the 10th of July, from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. British Standard Time. And moving forward, we have a very popular integrated health forum, Transforming Healthcare. It's a global online session, lots of insight on healthcare, lots of speakers who come on board, very exciting conversations. Sunday, the 17th of July, 2022, again, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. British Standard Time. How exciting. So many wonderful events coming. And of course, at Healing Our Earth, we celebrate diversity, and we make life a celebration. And speaking about celebration, Kiran has something very, very, very exciting in store for us today. And I am so looking forward to what you have for us, Kiran. Are
Thank
you
you,
going to share a little bit with us?
I am. I just want to get my
Sure.
presentation. There we go. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay.
Beautiful.
So we had the pleasure of when I say we, I mean Sean and myself, my husband and myself. We celebrated our milestone of an anniversary at 30 years. This was just a couple of weeks ago, and he whisked me off to 3 different places. And of course, you know, my love of food and all of the culture and cuisine and the Michelin chefs of the world, I thought, wouldn't it be nice to just do sort of a documentary and bring it back to our family, Healing Our Earth. And so that's kind of like, you know, in a smaller scale, we had done the Moroccan trip in Marrakesh, you know, except this was like 3 different places, but I thought, I think we can do this. Just focusing primarily on the cuisine, on the chefs of today, what we're doing, what they're doing. And this time I was like, when I reached out to some of the chef friends, I thought, you know, I'm just going to challenge you guys and see if you can just give me a tasting of all the vegetarian, vegan cuisine that you are doing, you know, instead of me going there and picking and tasting. And believe it or not, all of them were thrilled. They went out of their way and they created special menus for me. And we got to taste together. And I got to share my book with them. And we had amazing conversations. And they heard a lot about Healing Our Earth, what we're doing. And they were like, a couple of the chefs were like, yes, in the future, they would love to come and be with us. Okay. So the first place that we visited is the Bulgari Hotel in Milano. It's a 5-star hotel, and it's overlooking the most beautiful gardens in the city. A delightful, extraordinary culinary journey here. And sorry. Let me go back and, whoops. What happened? Okay, all right, there we are, back again. So, so that's one of the restaurants that we went to at the Bulgari Hotel, and I think it's 1 Michelin star, and so Chef Nico Romito brought out a couple of his classic dishes with a little contemporary twist. Here we have a young sommelier. You know, I love including all of the staff when I go out and visit. And here we have a young man who's studying to be a sommelier, and we had great conversations at the Bulgari Hotel in Milano. His first dish that Chef Nico Romito presented us is with a wafer-like, biscuit-like almost bread. It's unleavened, even though I use the term biscuit and bread, but it is unleavened. And it is something they make at home. This was really different. They used a creamed carrot as an amuse-bouche instead of the, you know, what do we have, the hummus or whatever dips that they usually do. It was sweet, but I could tell that there was no artificial sweeteners. There was no sugar in it. It was just the confit of the carrot with no added sugar, and it was phenomenal. There we go. We had a little bruschetta as well. And again, look at those artisanal breads, wafers, flatbreads, bread with herbs and things. And of course, the baby vine tomatoes grown locally with a tiny sprig of basil there. And that was their preemie. I just thought I'd do a couple of pictures here because I've got so many and I wanted everyone to enjoy looking at all the pictures. We were celebrating our anniversary, so we had a lovely fresh raspberry tart that was absolutely luscious. Going on, we were walking around and we came to find Martini Bistro. It's actually owned by Dolce & Gabbana. It's in a courtyard, so you have the Dolce & Gabbana store to the right outside, and tucked away in this courtyard is this gorgeous bistro. And we thought that would be a great place to sit down and relax and have a cappuccino, and talked to some of the staff, and they are absolutely phenomenal in their service and attention to detail. So it is essentially a collaboration that blends Italian traditional and modernity. Here we go. All right, we were staying here at the Dorchester Group, and the executive chef Acanto Milano at the Hotel Principe de Savoia, which is a Dorchester collection. So Chef Alessandro Bufalino has a heart of gold. He met me a couple of times and gave me a tour of his beautiful classic Italian restaurant that has a contemporary twist at the Dorchester. And this is outside. We decided to sit outside. He came up, met, and we took a picture with the book. So the first thing that he brought to the table was an amuse-bouche, which is, as you see there in that, on that gorgeous vessel right there, which looks like marble, in very intriguing shape. And the contents of that amuse-bouche is a phyllo pastry shaped like a cigar. So I called it the cigar-shaped pastry. But what it has inside is avocado mousse. So it's filled with avocado mousse, which is at both the ends, it's dipped with crispy chia seeds. And the one next to it on the left, my left, is a little bit of the eggplant and roasted tomatoes dip on a cracker, a homemade cracker. That was delicious, crunchy, yummy, all of the yummy flavors. So we all know porcini is a fall mushroom, and chefs just love porcinis. However, what I learned this trip was that the young porcinis are available just for 2 weeks in the start of summer. And you have to be well acquainted with your vendors in order to get this chunk of gold, as they call it. So what chef did was he put up a special menu. And when I saw the taglione ai funghi porcini, I said, yes. And that brought a smile to his face. And he was like, okay, here's someone who knows what's in season and what's good to be enjoyed. And of course, we ordered that. The priceless porcinis were definitely sweeter. They still had that earthy taste, but definitely sweeter than their counterpart that you find in the fall. And it was just perfectly created with a very, very light broth. And next to it was another version of the same beautiful baby porcini with a little bit of shaved Parmesan. Just by itself was nice and crispy. The porcini here on the right is actually toasted. Very interesting. And there he is again. We were in his kitchen, really pristine kitchen, and a wonderful gentleman who gave me a lot of his time. Thank you, Chef Alessandro. All right, Now, well, you know, we can't just eat in the hotels. We have to explore outside and see what is going on in the real world. And I wanted to just pay homage to what I don't know if you guys know Stanley Tucci. Stanley Tucci is an actor, and he's done tons of travel food documentaries, you know, being an Italian himself. So he travels all over Italy to showcase the beautiful restaurants. And I had paid close attention to Ratana. And because Stanley Tucci has been there, the restaurant has gained much, much funfare, thanks to Stanley Tucci. And here, I got a chance to meet Chef Cesare Battisti and one of his sommeliers, Martina, a young lady who is still finishing her sommelier course. She was very helpful, and she helped with the translation as well. So Ratana, you can see the building, gorgeous. It's a lively and contemporary Milanese restaurant. And it was actually, the building was actually an old castle, which has been restored to this beautiful Ratana. Here we have a salad or an amuse bouche that chef presented. And very interesting, this is a carrot hummus. So what he did here was he served carrots two ways. One, as a hummus without the chickpeas. Very interesting, right? But definitely had some of the tahini in it. And then he had purple and red carrots, baby carrots, and white carrots that he just shaved off. And that lent an extra crunch. And you can see some of his homemade chips as well. Amazing. And then a couple of other dishes that he presented was the bucatini al dente with pomodoro. Very plain, very simple. The tomatoes here are actually sweet. There's no tanginess at all. They're sweet, delicious, and the basil is fragrant and fresh and delicious. The pasta always al dente. To my right, we have cauliflower three ways. Very interesting. He has written a cookbook, and I found that recipe and the picture in his cookbook as well. So he has in that cauliflower, he has toasted, roasted some of the cauliflowers, shaved ever so tenderly with care, and he has the puree. He has salsify, as well as a lovely sauce to go with it that was sweet as well as tangy and had a little bit of earthiness as well. Bravo. That was like really hats off to that dish. And there is Chef Cesare and his charming sommelier Martina. They were both amazing. You can see that wine collection behind him. Amazing. It was a great, wonderful evening. We learned so much from these awesome people. Nothing to do with food, but I thought I would include Cathedral Duomo de Milano. A little bit of history is, here I am on the rooftop. This was actually constructed from 1386 to 1965. It took 6 centuries to complete this amazing marble and brick cathedral. All right, so we leave Milan. We started in Milan. We leave Milan and we go to this amazing place called La Chèvre d'Or in Èze, in France, on the French Riviera. It is a medieval resort, a building that has been there for a long time. And it used to be a medieval village. And they've kept it the way it is without touching, and they've just put in little suites. There are no rooms, just suite. And the lovely thing about each suite in this magical place is that it's named after and was built after artists like musicians and writers. So in our suite, we had a beautiful white baby piano, and that was my inspiration. And then I actually did some writing in that room. Gorgeous sights. And here we are in a 2 Michelin star restaurant, which is situated high up on the peak. And there's that gorgeous view. We have a table by the window, gorgeous view, and overlooking the beautiful Mediterranean. I'm sorry, I'm just fumbling with my notes and I'm looking at the Le Chef d'Or. So what chef did here for us is he created a menu for me. And it started with the variations of lemon on ice, as you see to my left, and then Eric Auvert on a delicate pearl and onyx spoon. I think the spoons are actually for caviar. And then little pastries on lentil bowls for effect. And there's a salad at the back as well. Really amazing, different, gorgeous presentation. I could have just lived there. So let's go here. The first course, so this is a tasting menu of 5 vegetarian courses. Green asparagus, nice and plump, with a burnt lemon and Nice citrus smoked dressing. So the citrus, meaning the lemons, actually came in from Nice. And then there's a garnish of edible flowers and herbs with a little bit of dressing on the side. To the right, we have carrot with puffed quinoa crust and a sweet spice jus. And look at those gorgeous, vibrant colors, absolutely delicious. He did a fennel as well, and the fennel textures, there we go. There's no fennel here, it's the aubergine, but he did a fennel textures declination with samphire. Samphire has a very distinctive and salty taste. It has vibrant stalks like asparagus and can be used in raw salads. So there are 2 types of samphire. One is marsh and one is rock. Of course, it's more palatable to enjoy the marsh one than the rock. The artichokes to the right, they were crunchy, and the name he had for them was petit farci. They're slightly stuffed with pine needles. How interesting is that? You know, the chef using every part of all of the plants. To the left, we have aubergine. And I was amazed by the way he had shaped and formed and sliced the aubergine, almost like a rectangular log, so to speak. It has a miso glaze and delicious earthy mushrooms with just a little bit of local herb broth to enjoy that with. And that was presented by our wonderful executive chef, Arnaud Fay, and the presentation that he did for me, he titled it From Rocks and Waves. How gorgeous is that? Here we are in the kitchen. I found myself in the kitchen as per yummy, wonderful, usual thing that I love to do, walk into people's kitchens. And as I walked in, the team was preparing my artichoke course that we showed earlier. And let's hear this. This is supposed to be a video. Let's see if I can start it. Okay, here we go. No. It's working. Okay. And here's the chef, Chef Arnaud Babe, with my book. It's interesting, sometimes you have to go to various places to meet with chefs and have your book held up for recognition, isn't it? It's the back of the kitchen at the stairwell. All right, so we move on. We take, we get a car and we drive to Monaco now. We leave Le Chef d'Or and we go to Hotel de Paris in Monaco, and we visit with Chef Yasmina Hayek of the M. Sharif. Now, M. Sharif is fairly new. I think it opened in April in at the Hotel de Paris in Monaco. And she has a very interesting story, Yasmina. From Beirut to Monte Carlo, hearty cuisine with flavors that touch the senses, with the opening of the new emblematic restaurant M. Sharif, Chef Yasmina Hayek, daughter of Mirel Hayek, and M. Sharif means chef's mother. So Yasmina's mother, a brilliant Lebanese chef, had a dream and a vision to create her own restaurant, her own business. And Yasmina, who actually was studying medicine, decided to stop, halt for a moment, and help her mom so that her dream can come true. And I met with this lovely, lovely young woman. We had a wonderful time. And in her restaurant, she presented falafel in a cup. So it's primarily Lebanese cuisine, but with a twist. Falafel in a cup. That's different, right? It was gorgeous, crunchy, yummy, and really took it up to another level. And to the right, we have a meze of the dazzling white labneh with toasted pine nuts as a garnish, nice and crunchy. Sorry, Michelle, about the olive oil, but you know, like I say, balance, okay? Here we go. We have a variety of fresh Lebanese house breads, you know, crunchy. Some of them look like naan breads. And of course, there's the taboon bread. And behind that, you'll see a beautiful hummus with Seema's favorite garnish right there. So let's talk about the hummus first. So the hummus is made with hand-peeled chickpeas to achieve a Robuchon puree. So when I say Robuchon puree, what I mean by that is, I don't know if you remember Chef Joel Robuchon, who is was a world-renowned chef, and he had 32 stars, 32 Michelin stars, and in the most stars than any of the chefs in the world. So Robuchon created a signature dish of pomme puree, and that really made him famous. And what he did in the end was he made sure that every one of his restaurant would have his favorite pomme puree, which is pureed potatoes or creamy potatoes. It wasn't, it's a very easy recipe with just fingerling potatoes or Russian banana potatoes, whatever you can find, or Yukon Gold potatoes, a lot of butter and a little bit of milk, but it was the techniques that he had formulated which made his potatoes just soft and milky. It was a little bit of work, but grinding it, passing it through a grind in the food mill, and then to complete it, to make it even smoother, running it through a potato ricer and a drum sieve. And of course, the whole process is emulsified to make this yummy and rich. So that's what I mean by Robuchon puree. And then next to that, we have a beautiful pastry wrapped delicacies with yogurt dips. They did a vegetarian version for me for this. It was just crunchy and spicy, and there was a little bit of harissa in it. And then a yogurt dip, kind of like the Indian raita to go with it. Very clever, very different. Actually, let's go back there. It reminds me of the Moroccan cigars that I used to make when I was catering back in Hong Kong. And instead of doing a baklava, I would make these pastry cigars with the nut filling in it. And we're at the end of this, and it's a lovely walk and conversation with Chef.
Karen, wow.
Can you hold on? Let's see this. Is it moving?
No, it's not moving, but I want to say,
I'm going to
beautiful presentation.
I'm going to have Sean look at this and see if we can bring it back again afterwards,
Okay.
Because I really want you guys to, see the whole, the beautiful gardens, This woman was just absolutely gorgeous. Okay. So we now move on to, so Hotel de Paris has Alan Ducasse's restaurant there. And of course, it was just heavenly. We had to dine there, have a taste of what new things Alan Ducasse is doing. And what did we have there? We had Chef Dominique Glory, and he created a gorgeous menu once again for us. And I think we were talking about hibiscus flower earlier, and this is where we tried some. So first of all, we had this gorgeous bread at the table, artisanal flatbreads, paper thin flatbreads, mimicking an artist's palette is what I'm calling it, with pressed vegetables or painted olive paste. So there were actually two. I've only included one picture. So this one has real pressed vegetables and is just flat and wafer thin and crunchy. So you can see it has radishes and zucchini and baby carrots actually pressed on the bread. Is that amazing? And the other bread had olive paste painted on it. Here's a little amuse bouche of microgreens in its natural state and with nothing else, just the natural sweetness of the herbs and the microgreens. Italian Treviso wild mushrooms flown in from the city of Treviso with radicchio and roasted yeast. And I think, Michelle, we talked about the roasted yeast earlier in your presentation as well. And this was just used as a nice sprinkle on top for a lovely crunch. I'm going to look at my notes here to see what I have on. Yeah, I did mention roasted yeast or nutritional yeast flakes is what Michelle and we were talking about. They're not for baking. They are plant-based and they impart a lovely umami flavor to the food. It has a nutty and cheesy flavor, again, like Michelle was saying. Some of them are fortified and some are not. There are lots and lots of nutritional benefits, and it is a complete protein with all 9 essential amino acids, just like in rice and beans. So these are some of the lovely new things that the chefs around the world are experimenting with right now. To the right, we have mountain morels with hibiscus flower and the pollen as well. Not just the flower, but he's included the pollen as well. Normally we use hibiscus flowers for teas or jams, but to see it in this gorgeous dish with the morels, it was really awesome. So I had notes on the asparagus. I think I missed that, but no worries. We can come back to that. Here we go. So we are off to his kitchen, and just turn this on. Seema, can you hear it?
No, I can't.
No, so the videos are not running. We'll have to have a look at that, why the videos are not showing. Okay, so Chef takes us back to his kitchen. This is Chef Dominique at Alain Ducasse, and voila, surprise, he has a dish prepared for me in the kitchen. And this is interesting. Seema and Michelle, we have a lot of kumquats in Hong Kong. We use them primarily during Chinese New Year, whether the whole pot bring good luck, as a decoration or to eat or make desserts with. So he actually confit the kumquats as well as the summer asparagus, and he made a little avocado dressing and emulsification on this side. It was absolutely heavenly. And I did have a little chat with him. Sorry, the video is not working again. I do apologize. We will look into that. But that whole meal here we are in, the one holding my book is Chef Dominique. That whole meal was mountain morels with hibiscus flower and pollen, the wild mushrooms radicchio and roasted yeast, the green asparagus with yuzu condiment, and on a tart and fragrant citrus fruit that grows in East Asia. We had trumpet zucchini with green figs and Provence garden vegetables cooked with black truffles and served with a delicate basil ginger broth. So those were some of the interesting things we tried out here. And it's always sad to leave their kitchens, but voila. On the last evening, we decided to go up to the roof at Le Grill at Hotel de Paris, and gorgeous room. And we have a little amuse bouche here for tasting, roasted summer tomatoes with basil. So they're not just roasted, they're twice cooked in the sense that they were confit first and then finished with a little roasting. To the left is the garden vegetables with herb vinaigrette. I think there were two kinds of herb here. It was basil and dill, if I'm not mistaken, and it was just amazing. To the right, morels and baby spinach risotto garnished with Parmesan crisps. Now, I think in all of my experience, this was the lightest risotto I've ever had. Normally a risotto is creamy, not necessarily because of cream added to it, but it's because of the product. The risotto rice is naturally starchier, so it appears to be more creamy. But this was the lightest risotto I've ever had. And it was easy to digest and absolutely delicious on the palate. My favorite dish, puffed souffled potatoes. So every time I go back to Hotel de Paris, I have to have potatoes, just even by itself as a little starter dish. souffled potatoes, or twice puffed potatoes, as they're called. This is the grill's signature dish since Winston Churchill days. Now, Winston Churchill was a frequent visitor here, and he has his own private room. And I had posted a lot of pictures and done articles on that during my last trip. So the potatoes, again, they're very much technique oriented. They're trimmed at the edges to form a rectangular football shape. And I've made these many, many a time during my catering days. So they're first blanched in oil and then fried in hot oil again, all the whiles we're shaking the pan. And that's when they start beautifully puffing up. And I usually serve mine with tarragon aioli. And here we had a creamy, buttery sauce, which I don't think I got a picture of. And then next to it, we were presented a whole array of petit four with lemon, chocolate, and lovely strawberries. And here I am saying La Fine, au revoir to a magnificent Epicurean journey, which it truly was. There we go.
What a treat, Kiran, through your eyes.
I'm so sorry that the videos did not work. And maybe at the end of the show, I will just stay back and replay them again after I've fumbled with them. So sorry, many apologies for that.
An amazing presentation. And you know what I loved? I loved was the asparagus with the kumquat.
I know. I mean, that was the highlight, right? The kumquat. Absolutely.
And the flatbread. What a
the
piece of art.
one with the pressed vegetables. Yeah. That was
what
like
a beautiful piece of art, you know. And
really like a painter's palette.
Amazing. I really want to say something. You know, you've written this lovely book, Seva, the Art of Hospitality.
Mm-hmm.
And it's beautiful to say how you were sharing your book with all these, you know, respected, esteemed chefs, and how they were doing this seva for you, making you all these vegetarian dishes upon request.
Amazing, right?
Sharing, bringing you into their kitchen, you know, so open-hearted. And it's just, you know, I'd say that the element of food brings people together on tables and in kitchens and on Healing Our Earth today.
100%. There was another video that I have on this presentation, but did not show. Looks like all of the videos have not been available. I don't know why, but one of them is in Chef Yasmina's kitchen, you know, and that was a video. And she introduces me to her sous chef, and of course they're preparing Lebanese cuisine. And I talk about how I introduced Lebanese cuisine back in the days in Hong Kong, you know, with the, at that 19 Arabian Nights at Convention Center, and their mouths are open, you know. We talk about feeding 10,000 people, and the chef's mouths are open. Like, how can you do that? I said, yeah, it's possible. We can do that.
You're very talented. You're very, very talented. Now, it's such an amazing presentation. And, you know, we travel the world always on Healing Our Earth. Mm-hmm. Now, we're going to a very special place, aren't we, right now?
Yes, we are. Absolutely.
Yes. And
here we go. And here's our darling Alicia. And if I may have the honor of just introducing her. Hi, Alicia. Alicia, born and brought up in New Delhi, India. Alicia moved to London at 16 years old and has been passionate about creating recipes and cooking since she was a little girl. At 22 years of age, she is now a psychology master's graduate and is passionate about well-being both mentally and physically, and is therefore using her vegan social media page to promote healthy living, mostly through her recipes. Alicia has been vegan for just over a year and has dived into her Indian roots and started learning the health benefits of using nature and plants as her source of medicine, using naturopathic and Ayurvedic teachings. She also started learning about Dr. Sebi's nutritional guide to alkaline eating and how a lot of his teachings correlate with ancient Ayurvedic teachings. Alicia, big, warm, blessed welcome to Healing Our Earth. And congratulations, darling, on your graduation. We're so proud of you. So very proud of you.
Congratulations, Alicia.
Thank you, Global Namaste, and thank you for your congratulatory wishes, and thank you for introducing me. I loved your presentation, Kiranji. That was wonderful. I was sitting and listening quietly.
Thank you. But I couldn't see and I couldn't converse with Seema like we normally do. All of that was gone. There was no volume at all. So I wasn't even sure if you guys could see me or hear me or watch what's going on.
It was so interesting, and I was so deeply involved with it that I totally couldn't converse because you totally captured my attention, and it was so well presented. I need to travel to all these places, and beautiful reflection of seva and absorption of seva, gorgeous. Just
thank you.
Gorgeous.
Thank you. So we have Alicia. Alicia, what do you have for us today? Please introduce.
So today I have a salad because, we're going into the theme of summer now, and salads are nice and refreshing, and it's really hot here in India at the moment. So any chance I get to have fresh, raw fruits and vegetables, that is it for me. That's what I pick any day. So I think also it comes down to being creative about salads and, not having the same old boring salads every day. So I'm doing a Middle Eastern inspired, it's a chickpea, herby chickpea salad. So it's high protein. I'm doing a hemp seed dressing to keep it high protein, and it will make it nice and creamy. And very, very nutritious. And hemp seeds are actually very high in protein as well. So it's a good plant-based source of protein, as are chickpeas, and they're alkaline as well. So everything here is alkaline. This is all alkaline eating. Yeah.
Awesome.
Nice.
Yeah. So alkaline eating. I mean, you introduced, me a little bit earlier, and we spoke about alkaline eating. The reason I incorporate alkaline eating into my diet is because alkaline foods are what restore your body, revitalize your body, add prana to your body, which is that life force. It's a lot of raw fruits, raw vegetables. Even if it's cooked foods, it's alkaline foods are the most natural foods. Chickpeas, they go back to ancient times, and they were a staple in a lot of diets around the world, whether that be Mediterranean diets, Middle Eastern diets, Asian, South American diets. So I try and eat ancient grains, ancient pulses. So that's basically what I'm doing here today. I'm trying to incorporate healthy eating and make it seasonal and local. Anything you can get local is what is usually best.
Yeah. Alicia, how much time do you spend formulating a recipe prior to actually presenting it? Because it looks like there's a lot of thought process going on here. Tell me a little bit about that.
That's a good question. I actually, I think because I'm creative in the kitchen, I think of what I would want to eat. I'm a very intuitive eater. So when it comes to creating recipes for me, I would think, okay, I want, for example, for this salad, I was saying, I want something fresh, but I want something high protein. And I love Middle Eastern food. So let me combine all of those elements together. And, that's basically where I get my ideas from. So it would probably take me, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I could put a time on how long it would take me to develop recipe, but this is a tried and tested recipe. I tried it out a week ago and it was very, very nice. So yeah, I before presenting something, I generally try on a recipe, and I taste it and everything to make sure that it's good enough to come here.
That's lovely. Thank you. But it does take some, I mean, you make it sound easy, but it does take some thinking, right? Of like,
Yeah, absolutely. I also think we have so much variety of fruits and veggies, especially when the seasons keep changing. You keep getting different things depending on what's in season at the time. So I just kind of go to my local market. I go at least once a week and I see what's there. I try new fruits and vegetables that I've never seen before and never even experimented with. And I start researching about them. I look at their nutritional benefits and I think, wow, okay, I've never heard of something like this, and I try and incorporate that into my recipes somehow. So yeah, that's what I've done here. So everything over here is seasonal. I mean, pomegranates are in full swing right now in India. We're getting beautiful fresh pomegranates. I mean, they're not even as ripe as they could be. I think in a couple of weeks to a month, it will be even sweeter.
Yeah, they just look a little pale, don't they? In color, I mean.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, exactly. So I think it's the early season for pomegranates.
Right.
Yeah. So probably in about a month is when they'll be, I think pomegranates need hot weather, typically, even in the Mediterranean, they usually typically would start fruiting in about September, because it's hotter in India. It's about 40 degrees here at the moment, Celsius. We're getting them early. Our season is a little different. Yeah.
Right. Interesting. I'm just thinking we used to get pomegranate in California during the holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas,
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. Not that they were grown there, but yeah. Michelle, what are your thoughts on that? Michelle, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, same as you. I remember them in the States around the holidays. They were always very big then. Yeah. But of course, here in Hong Kong, we have better access to them. So it's a little bit more probably like India. I don't know if this is true, but more like you could have them when you would like them.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Well, we don't get any in Luxembourg. At least I haven't seen anything in Luxembourg,
Wow, none at all?
None at all. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Interesting.
I would generally find that when I was living in London, I would have to go to like farmers markets, like Indian farmers markets or Caribbean or African farmers markets, things that would get shipped over. They are from overseas, but they would bring a lot of the seasonal food in. So we did go to the big supermarkets and things to get our basics and things like that. It was always nice to discover new farmers markets because they would get a mix of local and overseas products.
Right.
So sometimes I would find pomegranate, but again, it would probably come from places like Greece. So they would be, or even Albania and North Africa, that region. So they would probably come by about September, October, I would think. Yeah. So yeah, different seasons depending on where you are.
Yeah.
Should I begin?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I will start with the base, and this is a lovely fresh salad, lots of herbs over here. So I'm gonna start by talking about some of these herbs. This is coriander, also known as cilantro, in South America and Mexico and places like that. So this is a great herb. It is obviously it has a lot of flavor. It's extremely beneficial for your body at alkalizing the body, getting rid of toxins from the body. It is especially good for removing heavy metals from the body. So if and a sign of having heavy metals in your body is things like fatigue and lethargy and stuff like that, just based on our diet and our lifestyles and our everyday lifestyle. Like I said, So this is a very, very good herb for removing heavy metals and toxins from your body. So I'm chopping everything from scratch here so that you guys can obviously, be in on the entire process. So I like chopping my salads extremely small, especially this one, because it kind of reminds me of a tabbouleh, but not really. So, tabbouleh is chopped very, very small. Obviously, this is not a tabbouleh. It's got coriander. Tabbouleh has parsley. You could use parsley, actually, if you can't get a hold of coriander. And if you feel that parsley is, more local to you, go for parsley. That's a beautiful herb as well. And even more alkalizing than coriander. So
which kind of parsley do you use, Alicia? The curly one or the flat leaf?
So I prefer the flat leaf parsley, but in India we only get curly leaf. Yeah, but when I was in London, you would get the choice of both. I always thought that the flat leaf had a little bit more flavor. I don't know if that was just me, but I felt that it had a lot more flavor. Would you agree?
Well, I never used curly parsley, and back in the days, curly parsley was more like a garnish. You would see it on every little, hors d'oeuvres and things, and
right.
I remember like banishing that. I just feel like it's not. It has nothing to offer.
Yeah.
But yes, you're right. Flat leaf parsley is absolutely packed with flavor. For Mediterranean cuisine, Italian, all of that. It's absolutely delicious,
Actually, so many places use parsley. So many different countries use parsley, like you just said, Italian as well, and pastas, and their fresh minestrone soups and things like that.
Yes.
So, beautiful, beautiful herb. I love parsley so much. So that is actually a great herb. Curly leaf, unfortunately, we don't really get flat leaf parsley over here, like I said. So I do miss it sometimes, but I find, what I do actually? This is a good tip.
Yeah.
So we get this type of coriander and parsley. We get the root intact.
Right.
So actually, I chop it from here so that it's still got that, base. And you can actually just put this in soil and it'll grow new parsley or coriander. So I could get another batch of coriander just out of this. You could do the same.
Yeah.
And
we stronger flavor too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah. I also think herbs lose their flavor the more they're kept around.
Sure.
And they dry out and the nutrients kind of dilute.
Especially in the refrigerator, I feel.
Oh, yeah. Yes, definitely.
I prefer to put them in a glass of water on my kitchen counter.
That's what my mom does.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she does that with herbs. She tends to put that on. She tends to put them on the kitchen counter, and just leaves them out in a glass of water.
Because I think the temperature in the refrigerator just kills them.
It kills it, definitely.
Yeah.
That happens to a lot of fruits and vegetables. Like I even like leaving my tomatoes out, for example.
Well, tomato is a fruit, right? Anything with seeds is considered a fruit. It should be left out.
Definitely, but we all put them in the fridge, or we used to anyway.
But you just lose the flavor completely if it's been refrigerated.
So I've been using these little hacks, and they do make a difference. They make a big difference.
Yeah. Michelle, what do you do with your fruits and vegetables?
Yeah, I mean, like similar idea. It kind of drives me nuts if I go to the grocery store and you get the tomatoes because they're always kept chilled, and so they've killed the flavor. And it's like it just makes me loony because it really does make them lose flavor. Other things I keep in the refrigerator, and that's simply just a function of where we live, because we're up. Our kitchen is on the rooftop level, so I don't keep the air conditioner on 24/7. So it literally it's way too hot up here to keep my stuff out. I don't keep much out. So I do put but tomatoes I'll keep on the counter. But I don't know, apples, pears, like those kind of fruits I'll put in the refrigerator.
Yeah, I think some of the fruits can obviously take the colder temperatures. Like you said, apples, pears, things like that. It's really hot here as well. So actually a lot of the times you can't even leave fruit out here. So we kind of leave it out at night, and then we try and consume it first half of the day, like fresh fruits and things like that. So salads, you know, because at night the temperature drops a little bit and it's better.
I tend to just like, if I bought too many tomatoes, I'll just, cook them off and make a sauce or something and refrigerate it rather than waste them,
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually fresh salsas are a great summer snack, aren't they? I mean, with some nachos or any potato chips or anything.
But Alicia, even tabbouleh, you just brought that to my attention, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I haven't made that in years,
Yeah. It's so like refreshing. I love Middle Eastern inspired salads because they have so much flavor, all the herbs and all the fresh fruit, veggies. They're just, I personally love them. This is mint as well, so I'm putting quite a bit of mint. This is another very, very cooling herb, and it cools down your body very well in the summer. So we make a lot of drinks with mint. We'll often put it in a nimbu pani or something like that to keep it refreshing, and because some days if you're out in the day with this type of temperature, it's so hot that you come home and you really feel like you're going to faint. Sometimes you need some hydration.
That's right.
Nimbu pani is like the best thing. Lemon water with like Himalayan salts and mint, and to kind of hydrate your body. So
that's very refreshing and cooling. You're right. So tell us what you're doing with all the vegetables. It looks like you're doing a little fine dice of everything.
Yeah. So I added the mint, coriander. Now I'm adding the cucumbers, and these are just desi cucumbers, the Indian ones that we get in season these days. I was actually in the hills last week for my birthday, and the cucumbers that we got there was so fresh and delicious. They came straight from somebody's farm, and they were selling them in the market because it's quite a small community over there. So I can get a lot of local stuff where I was. So the cucumbers there, you could taste the freshness, like as if they were harvested a day or two before,
Yeah.
So and I love the ones with all the seeds. I know a lot of people like the seedless cucumbers, but I feel like the seeds actually give them more flavor.
I love seeds. I love crunching. I want to eat the skin, everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have to kind of be careful about the skin because we get cucumbers that are a bit bitter. So we do that hack where you chop off the bit where it's hanging from the actual vine.
Yeah.
And then you rub it against the
Do people still do that?
Yes.
I know I used to do it way back with my mom. She taught me to do that, but I don't do that anymore.
Yeah. But
Michelle, do you know what we're talking about? No? You
not a clue.
The top and the end of the cucumber, and you rub the two pieces together to take away the bitterness. In case
does it work?
I don't know.
I mean, I just imagine you're rubbing it off.
Old wives thing. I don't know.
But I actually find when you're actually rubbing it, a lot of the white foam, the white foam starts to come to the top, and I think that's what's bitter. It does actually work because, I mean, I could swear there's a difference. I mean,
maybe for bitter gourds, but I don't know about cucumbers.
Okay, that's what we do here.
Yeah. No, maybe it's just different kinds of cucumbers.
Oh yeah, maybe
in India, and it was necessary there, and
yeah. So now I'm just dicing up some peppers, and this is just a green pepper. I love green peppers. So this salad is very green so far. We've got everything green over here. But now we're going to start adding a little bit more color. We've got some beautiful colors here. They say eat your rainbow because they've all got different colors. And fruits have different nutritional properties. So the next thing I'm going to go with is these purple onions, rich in antioxidants and anthocyanins. And onions are, especially raw onions, are very good for you because they're quite, they're good with colds and coughs and flus, and they've got this medicinal compound in them. I don't know if you've heard, but if you want to make a cough syrup, a really effective cough syrup, this is obviously a ancient recipe, but you chop these onions, you put them in a jar, and then you put a lot of salt or sugar. I would prefer to put salt, and then it basically drains out a lot of the onion juice. And then you could just shot that, and that's very, very, very good for colds. I don't know if you've heard that.
No. Seema, have you heard that? No.
Sorry, no, I didn't hear that. Onion juice?
Yeah.
Or colds and coughs and flus. It's got a very medicinal compound.
Good for colds and coughs. Actually, if you have a cold or cough, if you put a slice of onion under your feet and wear your socks, apparently it's supposed to help with coughs and colds.
Really?
Yeah. And a lot of people swear by this. I myself have not tried it, but then I have. But speaking of onions, one foolproof remedy, as an Ayurvedic nutritionist and beauty therapist, now I'm deviating onto the beauty side. If you are suffering from a thinning hair and your hair growth is thinning, onion juice. Okay, you
put it on the head.
You smell like a vampire. Okay.
How do you drink it? Do you mix it with water?
What you can do is you take coconut oil and you slow simmer your
That ain't
onion
gonna happen.
coconut oil with black seeds and curry leaves, and you turn it black. So it's actually a foolproof formula to prevent your hair from thinning and helping it not gray so fast. And
so are you ingesting this, or you?
No. Then you simmer it. You can ingest it. I mean, it's food, right? You turn it black, you burn it, and then you sieve it, and then you put it in the partings of your oil. This is like old grandma's ways, ancient wisdom. And you put it in your hair, and anybody you want to keep away from you will keep away from you. If you want your spouse to keep away from you for that day, just put that oil in your hair. I promise you they'll run a mile. Your children will run a mile. And you can peacefully enjoy your hair, but then you shampoo. But surprisingly, when you shampoo your hair, the smell comes out. The foolproof.
Well, it better come out.
Ayurvedic formula to stop premature hair graying and increase your hair growth, and it actually works. You get very shiny, beautiful, thick hair twice a week. Perfect.
But you haven't experimented with that yourself.
I have. You
have experimented.
I have. Shall I be mean?
Oh, okay.
And now my husband's not watching the show. I wanted to be far away from me. He's in those grumpy moods. Put the hair oil on. You'll have a very peaceful day. They won't come near you, won't say anything to you. They'll put their hands on their ears and say, Baba, no. Smelling so bad, let her just stay in the kitchen. It smells really bad, but it really works.
We should
works on your hair, not keeping people away from
you. Know what I used to get put in my hair, like when I was in school and we used to be naughty and we didn't dye our hair. So our middle school like coordinator, she would she would always threaten us that if we didn't tie our hair, that she would come and put mustard oil in our hair. And we all never really listened to her because we wanted our hair open in school. But she actually did. She actually got a hold of me one day, and she took me into her office, and she put mustard oil, raw mustard oil. It's got this pungent smell, and she put it into my hair and plaited my hair up and tied it up tight. And she said, "Now this will teach you to, not leave your hair open in school." And that was traumatic, to say the least, I think.
And if you're talking about trauma, let me tell you, whenever we visited back home in India, my grandmom, she would look at us and she would say, "What is this? They're in the sun all the time." She would take out, all these ancient, and it's rubbed down on me. Kiran, if Kiran can hear me right now, it's rubbed down on me. She would take, you would know about this, she would take besan or chickpea flour. She'd put turmeric into it and sandalwood and yogurt and all different herbs and spices, skin-friendly spices. And she would, strip us down. We were very young, so we would be stripped down naked, sitting in the courtyard on these patlas or these little wooden benches, just 2 inches above the floor in height, and she would rub us down with this upton. We call it upton in Ayurveda. So this, or we'd say body scrub, and rub us down, and then she'd apply hair oil in our hair, and very often she would use mustard oil. She would squeeze lemon into mustard oil and say, "Oh God, their hair's not shiny, it's so limp and dry. What do? Your children are overseas." She would give my mom a long lecture. "You don't know how to look after your children. Da 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 da. Kuch nahi aata. Inke balon mein tel lagao." You put oil in there, and she would take the slice of lemon, dip it into the mustard oil, rub it into our hair, and then Alicia plait our hair really tight, into traumatized. We were traumatized.
Yeah, it feels like that.
But the next day, we were shining. After our shower in the evening, we would have a shower in the evening, and the oil would be left in our hair overnight. We were shining, literally shining. And sorry to say, handed down from grandmother to granddaughter, I didn't strip my children down or put them in a courtyard sitting on a patla, but I did oil their hair and exfoliate their bodies when they were younger. I wish I could get to do it now, but they're big girls now, and they're like, "No, leave us alone. We don't like it."
I think it's just the smell more than anything, because it's so strong.
Mustard oil smells very, very strong.
Yeah. And at that age, I don't know, in school especially, at that age, you don't want that in your hair. I think I snuck into the swimming pool bathroom and had a shower. I think that's what I did to try and get it off immediately. Like a good hour later.
But was that allowed, to just, put oil without a parental permission in any child's hair?
I don't think they really considered that. I mean, I went to school in India, obviously, like they got away with a lot, like so it was just, I guess, their form of discipline,
Right.
I'm not advocating for it, but I don't know.
I guess times have changed a lot now, because in my children's schools, it would be like, also if a child had a small skin rash or a sunburn, you would actually have to write a letter to the school saying, "I'm sending her ointment or her aloe vera gel in her school bag to school, and please allow her to apply it on her skin at lunchtime, at lunch break, or just before or after school activities." I mean, in Hong Kong, they're pretty, at least the international schools here are pretty strict with what you put into your children's bags. You know, they don't let children just carry any medication just like that, any ointment or cream or anything just like that. They're quite strict. I love the way that purple cabbage is coming around here. I love the colors you've chosen, you know, all the rainbow colors. Yeah,
oh, my salad.
beautiful.
I can't even see my salad. 1 second. Let me
You
get
know,
this.
we're having such a treat today. Meena ji earlier, I don't know if you were watching, she did a salad with mango, and now you're doing this lovely eat your rainbow salad with hemp. Great.
Yeah, thank you.
You
Thank
know,
you. Yeah, I'm trying to incorporate different colors in here as
and
much as
Michelle did a lettuce eat no oil, you know, salad dressing with a ranch dressing with avocado. And wonderful. What a treat, all these summer salads we have. Alicia, you know, while you're cutting up your salad, like hemp seeds, every time I mention hemp seeds to friends of mine, they like, they're a bit taken aback, and they're like, you know, that's from the cannabis sativa plant, which is actually in effect marijuana. Am I right?
It is, but you know, I think the marijuana plant has been demonized a lot. It's, you know, I just think marijuana is like medicine. I mean, when I go to Kasoli, to the hills, we have a home in the hills, and I talk to the locals over there. They're not using it for recreational purposes to get high. I mean, I'm sure some do, but you know, whenever you mention it, they say, "Oh, it's the best medicine," you know. And it just kind of grows wild over there, and so that's why it's you know, kind of known by everybody. People have they take the marijuana leaf or even the hemp leaf. They're two different plants, I should specify. But they are very, very similar, and they have a lot of similar properties. They're just different strains, and they're just different varieties. So hemp is different, marijuana is different, but even marijuana is extremely medicinal, and hemp is extremely medicinal. It's been used to treat a lot of schizophrenics, seizures. It's been used to treat dementia, Alzheimer's. I can't remember which one, either dementia or Alzheimer's. And a lot of studies have actually showed that it's been really effective in reversing a lot of these diseases, neurological diseases particularly.
So correct me if I'm wrong, that hemp seeds have cannabinol, right? Which is the version that doesn't get you high, whereas marijuana has THC, which is tetrahydrocannabinol, which is the version that can get you high, right?
Yes, yes, but it will only get you high if you actually heat it, or if you cook it. So, or if you either smoke it, cook it, or heat it anyway. So it releases the THC. And if you add fat to the mixture, then that will release even more THC into whatever.
Now, hemp seeds are very high in omega-3 and omega-6, am I right?
I believe so, yes. And they're typically known for their high protein content, plant-based protein. They've got some very essential amino acids. And they're extremely nutritious. Like I said, they're good for neurological functioning, cognitive functioning. They just promote, a healthy nervous system, and very good for immunity.
So they're happy foods.
Quite literally, yes.
It's funny you ladies bring this subject up, because I was just reading a medical journal on that just last week. I mean, everybody has different thoughts, but I see Michelle smiling away, and I want to hear what Michelle has to contribute to this conversation.
Well, I do eat hemp seeds every day in my cereal. So we have that as part of our cereal mixture. So, and it's because it is good for you. It's a whole plant food. It is high in protein. But, you know, all plants do have protein. So it's not that I'm like hooked on that. It's more just the diversity of plants, having seeds in our diet. You know, it's a good thing to eat. So, yeah.
Mm. Interesting.
And it is high in omega-3 and omega-6. Actually, primarily omega-3 is the one that you really want to try to get into your diet, because most people have too much omega-6 in their diet from the processed foods and the animal foods. So it helps to combat that with the omega-3s, which is really healthy.
And gut cleansing as well?
I don't know anything in particular. Like I haven't really seen that there's studies on gut cleansing, but it's good for gut health as far as being,
for gut
you know,
health.
yeah, for diversity in your diet. You know, it's just one more plant to add, and it's a seed. You know, seeds and nuts are really, really healthy for us.
They are indeed very high in zinc too.
So then Alicia's favorite hemp seed oil would be okay for you, Michelle?
No, because it doesn't have the fiber. So, I mean, it's about eating the whole food. So I'm, you know, personally, and what I teach and what I've learned from, you know, the people that I follow are about eating the whole food. So yeah, hemp seed, like I was saying with the avocado and the olive, right? Eat the avocado itself, eat the, you know, olive itself. Don't go for that oil because it's missing half its stuff.
Got it.
I agree. Actually, it's best to eat foods in their original form, their whole form. You get, because the fibers as well would help you digest a lot of the sugars in, for example, fruit, right? So a lot of people juice their fruit, but I like to just eat the fruit on its own or put it in a blender and not strain it, because you've got the fibers and it helps you digest the sugars from the fruit. And it doesn't spike your insulin, because you actually need fiber to manage your insulin levels as well in your body.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. Yeah.
I mean, not that juicing is bad for you, but yeah, like I said, it is. I agree with you there for sure.
Yeah, you're missing some things when you're juicing it. So again, I go back to that, you know, if you're eating 1,500 calories in a day, take the fiber with it. And the fiber actually helps you absorb, like you're saying, your insulin doesn't spike, but you don't absorb the calories because the fiber's pulling it through your body.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's good
coming out the other end.
digestion, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just going to quickly go over everything that I've put into this salad. So as you can see, I've got, I put red and green onions just to give it some, you know, color. And I love green onions. I put tomatoes, cucumbers, the herbs. I also put a green bell pepper. I put half a green bell pepper, and I'm putting half a green chili because I do want a little bit of spice. So I chopped that extremely finely. So, you know, I'm not getting big chunks of really spicy chili. And last two things I'm adding before I add the dressing is cooked chickpeas. Now you can use cooked chickpeas or you can use sprouted chickpeas. They're more nutrient dense. You can even use sprouted lentils. That increases the bioavailability of nutrients as well by extremely large percent. So I have cooked chickpeas today, so whatever you have on hand is good. So I'm adding that to the salad. And then last but not least, the pomegranate. This has become a very big salad, so I think
my favorite, Alicia. My favorite.
Your favorite pomegranate?
Favorite.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, you garnish it on everything, I noticed. It looks
I love pomegranate.
Yeah, me too. It's like sweet.
They're jewels. They're rubies.
Yeah.
Rubies, garnets. Yeah. The darker ones are garnets, the lighter ones are rubies. Gorgeous.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful salad already, Alicia.
Thank you. I'm going to hopefully make it better with the dressing now. So sorry, I had a little accident in the kitchen clouds, but never mind. So I'm now going to show you the dressing. I'm actually going to make this in a blender. So let me know if you can see that.
We can.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So, sorry, just give me 1 second while I sort this out. All done. So yeah, I'm adding, so like I said, this is a hemp seed salad dressing. So I just buy my hemp seeds online. That's the best ways to get them. And I'm just putting 1.5 tablespoons of hemp seeds, and that should be good enough to get that nice and creamy. I actually want to show you what hemp seeds look like up close. Yeah, I hope you can see that. So these are shelled hemp seeds. So they have this white, greeny, the green is, I think, the husk. So, and the white is the inside of it. And if you actually get these fresh, they are extremely refreshing. But they have a nice taste, a nice earthy taste, I would say, on their own. So I like sprinkling them on top of my like avocado toast in the morning, or a muesli bowl, or porridge or something like that. I also make hemp seed milk sometimes, where I put this in a blender with water, and then I don't even strain it. I just use that milk as milk in different things like porridge and stuff like that. Or so and it has a nice earthy taste, like I said. So and it's very good. So I'm going to add that to the blender, and then I'm going to add a clove of garlic. Just 1 clove. We don't want to make this too garlicky. We've already got some raw onions in there. So just 1 small clove of garlic goes in, and then I'm going to add a 1/4 cup of water to begin with. So again, I'm using rock salt, but you can use sea salt if you don't have any rock salt. This is quite a small teaspoon, but 2 of these would make 1 teaspoon. So 1 teaspoon of rock salt, some black pepper, freshly cracked black pepper, 3 more ingredients, 4, sorry, sumac. This is one of my favorite seasonings for Middle Eastern food. Sumac is nice and tangy. It is, it's literally, like I said, it's tangy, and it gives you that little sour flavor in your food. So it brings another element to your senses. So I'm just eyeballing that, but I'm roughly putting in a teaspoon of sumac, some roasted coriander, roasted and ground coriander. I just roasted and grind it up ourselves here at home. So again, I'm just eyeballing this, about 1/2 teaspoon of this, because this is quite strong. Some lime juice. You can use lemons. I've got limes, yellow ripe limes. These are actually key limes, as you can see. They've got seeds. Very, very alkalizing for your body. Limes are actually acidic in nature, but when they go into your system, the enzymes in your body actually alkalize them, and they in turn alkalize your body. So they're very, very good for cleansing and detoxing properties. People always say they have lemon water in the morning or lemon water throughout the day. Helps them flush out the toxins in their system. It's because of the limes. So if you can find limes, go for those over lemons, but lemons will do as well. They're very good for you as well. So I've just used the juice of 1 whole lime for now.
Alicia, I just miss the Indian limes, there's nothing, nothing like them.
Yeah, I love them. And they're small, these little ones.
Yeah.
You get the green ones as well. They're very sour, those ones. So those are good for things like Thai food and like Vietnamese and Thai flavors because they're very sour, so they're good for those types of salad dressings and stuff. For stuff like this, I prefer using the yellow ones. And also you get more juice out of the riper yellow ones. I find that we're wasting a lot of the lime juice with the green ones because they haven't fully ripened and developed yet. So I prefer these ones. And last but not least, this is optional. You don't actually need olive oil, but because this is a Mediterranean, Middle Eastern inspired salad, I think it's very important. And olive oil has extremely, it's extremely nutritious. I've added about a tablespoon of olive oil, and that should also emulsify a little bit and make it a little thick in the blender. And all of this, will come together and you'll see it'll turn out very, very creamy. So I'm just going to pop that now into the blender and blend this. I hope this isn't too loud.
Go for it.
So I like to pulse this as well, just to kind of get everything that might get stuck at the bottom. Right, there we go. Yep. So there we go. That is nice and creamy, as you can see. So I have kept the consistency very light because that's how I like it. But you could use less water, more oil. So olive oil does have a lot of healthy fats, and olive oil is best when it's raw, when you don't cook the olive oil, because it loses a lot of its good properties. So I like using it in things like salad dressings or pouring it over the top of the pastas and, Greek dishes over the top, Greek salads. It's just beautiful. So there we have it. Now that is our salad done. I'm just going to give this a good mix and present this. And hopefully it tastes as good as it looks.
It looks so colorful and crunchy and yummy. I love chickpeas.
Thank you. Yeah, I love chickpeas as well. Also, what you have here is so many different textures, which I think is so important in food, personally, because it makes it exciting. It makes you want to eat the food. And it's so nutritious. This is such a nutritious salad. So, and it's filling. You're not going to be hungry after eating something like this because it's got, so much fiber. It's got protein. It's got carbohydrates. But, the chickpeas also have carbs. Complex carbs though, so it's
well, the chickpeas in itself are so filling, right, with the fiber content.
Yes, absolutely. It's chickpeas. Actually, yeah, chickpeas are very filling. So that's another reason. Like, I have kept the proportion of the chickpeas quite even to everything else because you don't add too many chickpeas because they can be hard to digest if you add too many.
Mm-hmm.
So, it also comes down to how you eat them. You want to make sure that you're not swallowing the chickpeas whole. You're actually breaking them down. You're chewing them with any food, really. These habits will obviously help digest your food better because you start the digestion process in your mouth, not just in your stomach.
Alicia, I just had a thought. Just watching you toss that salad, I just pictured chopped, diced beetroots in that.
Yeah, that would be great. So I actually was going to put radish, but I forgot that it wasn't in season. So I went to the market and I was like looking for radish and I was like, oh, of course, it's a wintry sort of monsoon winter, root vegetable. So I couldn't get that. But radish, if you're in a area where radish is in season at the moment, then the pink ones with the white.
Yeah.
They will
then
go great.
Nice crunch to that and add
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
So that would be great.
It's gorgeous.
Thank you. So yeah, there we go. That's the final dish. I hope
Beautiful.
you all enjoyed that. And
It's like a bale puri and a chana something, whatever. Seema, help me here. What chana something? I don't know what I'm saying.
It's no, you're absolutely right. It can come, it could be a perfect topping to a bale puri salad.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, it would be
The tamarind
delicious
dressing, yeah.
with the tamarind dressing. And I would also stuff it into my pani puri.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Because it's got the chickpeas for a healthier version of a pani puri with the tamarind, and you get the crunchiness of the puchka or the puri, and you're the pani puri queen, you know that. And then you put in that the cumin infused water with the tamarind chutney, and you have that explosion of flavor, the crunchiness, and then you got the raw salad, and you've got the boiled chickpea, and I mean, you think of all these flavors dancing in your mouth. Wow,
it's gorgeous. Alicia, that whole board is very
pretty.
It's gorgeous. You should take a picture.
Thank you. I've tried to make it as aesthetically pleasing as possible.
Yeah, it's very aesthetic. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you like it.
Lovely recipe, Alicia. Wonderful, beautiful,
that's all.
And so well presented and executed. Thank you so much. Healthy, vibrant, colorful, summery, tasty, delicious, all the way from Delhi, Alicia. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lovely colors, right?
You're awesome, Alicia. Always there for us. Thank you.
Always
I hope
there.
you enjoyed your graduation party and can't wait to hear what you're going to be doing next. You're amazing.
Thank you. I will share that with the Healing Our Earth family first, of course. There are things in the works, so I'm quite excited.
Love to hear. Love to know more.
Thank you. Thank you for hosting me.
So good to see you.
Namaste, Alicia. Thank you.
Namaste.
Wow, Kiran.
Yes.
We've traveled to India and now we're traveling to
an incredible journey.
America.
And look where we're going now. Yes, absolutely.
South America. Oh, amazing. And we're going to be meeting a very special lady by the name of Priscilla Vasquez Ruilova. I hope I've said that correctly. Priscilla is a tea sommelier, a tea taster. She has 10 years of experience in the Tao of tea. She studied with teachers from different parts of the globe, just to name a few: China, Mexico, USA, I may say Mexico, if that's the right way to say it, the South American way, Mexico, and etc. She studies and practices the Japanese tea ceremony in the MOA school and has done so for the past 6 years. Wow, amazing. Priscilla directs tea experiences in different countries and enjoys teaching the Tao of tea. She is now growing the tea culture in Ecuador, and she can be found on an Insta handle, and I love this name, Casita de Té. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, does that mean the home of tea?
Yes, it means little house of tea. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm very happy to be with you guys again. Thank you for having me. I'm very honored.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. And a very warm global namaste to you, Priscilla. And thank you very much for joining us here at Healing Our Earth. And you are going to be, I myself am a tea lover. Okay. I grew up
very happy you are.
I grew up drinking umpteen cups of tea, and I hail from Nairobi, Kenya. And as you may know, Kenya has Kenya is ranked as one of the world's finest teas as well, along with Assam and other parts of the world. But of course, we know there are different teas. There are different leaves of teas. the different flushes of teas. And what I find so amazing is that you are all the way in Ecuador and you're reliving and bringing this wonderful tea culture into your country from something I'd say a tea ceremony which actually had its origins in China. Right?
Yes, it have been in China. Tea and tea culture and tea ceremony have been happening for more than 5,000 years. So it is spread around the world, and we have tea in different places, amazing places like you have in Bro, and like you mentioned, China, Sri Lanka, Kenya, Japan, and even here in South America, in Ecuador, we have a growing tea culture, I would say, but we are working on it.
It's amazing, what really catches me is that the tea ceremony originated in China originally. And today it's quintessentially one of the, today it is one of the most quintessential experiences in Japan.
Yes, actually on Thursday, I connected with Mexico. There was this friend of mine. He's an art curator, and he prepared a Chinese exposition about the Chinese art. And there was this lady, she is a Chinese art expert, and we were talking about tea. But it's impossible to talk about tea without talking about China. It is true that Japan took it and make it its own way. And it's beautiful. I cannot say another thing because it is my one of my ways of tea, Japanese tea ceremony. But it started in China. It's beautiful. The way they prepare tea, it's beautiful also. I work with tea in China, in Japan, in Taiwan, in Korea, in Africa, in South America, in Europe, and I cannot say which one is more beautiful. I can say they are different. They are the expression of human culture, of human souls. So I cannot say which one is more beautiful than other.
And friendships, here in Hong Kong, if you want to have a strong friendship bond, Kiran would be able to step in here. Presenting someone with a gift of tea is an act of friendship, And when you speak of tea in your tea ceremony, I can't help but think on how aligned you and Kiran Robinson are, our host, Kiran Robinson, this simple act of preparing a drink.
It's part of hospitality, isn't it, Seema?
For a guest, and you elevate it to an art form, it's hospitality, it is savor. It's an act of, giving that savor, intricately weaving it with movements. Now, I have attended a Japanese tea ceremony in Japan, and what I noticed that it was this very intricate weave of movements performed with great discipline, very slowly, with a lot of awareness.
And a lot of grace.
Given a lot of grace and appreciated by the recipient. And that's where I say, you and Priscilla are so aligned because it's savor, right? It's the act of giving and receiving. The act of giving and the act of being grateful in receiving. I love it, and isn't it amazing, Kiran?
Yeah, I mean, the presentation, because it's and of course we are all of the same mindset, but you have to prepare it. Like the presentation I did of Marrakesh in the Amal kitchen. So you have a chef, and she's in her white coat and everything, and she's cooking and doing this tagine and all that for us. And then we come out and it's time for a tea ceremony, but she's changed her whole outfit and she's wearing this gorgeous robe, you know, Moroccan robe, and sitting on the floor and bowing and bending, and then actually brewing the water for the infused, remember the lavender and the mint infused tea, and the way she poured it and presented it, you know, cleaning the pot first with the first heat of warming, you know, the tea leaves so that they bloom, and then, you know, discarding that and then redoing it again. And it's a timely presentation, but well worth it. It's the whole art, you know, the symbolism of hospitality. You are in my home and I'm here to serve you. And we start with a cup of tea. Very significant, right?
Yes, yes, indeed. It's very symbolic. It's you say a lot of things during tea ceremony. It's saying, I care about you. You are saying, you're welcome. Welcome to my home. I care about you. I put a thought in everything I'm going to serve, in teaware, in the tea I'm going to bring to you, in the art I'm going to share with you. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And I'm going to take care and I'm going to think of the tea artisans that prepare the teaware. And this is something I particularly care about, the artisans that prepare the chawan and the chasen, and that cultivate the tea leaves and bring us the tea. Is something that we need to think more often. There are people working behind the tea that we have in our hands.
Very much so. And they work very hard.
They work very, very hard.
From the hand picking of the tea leaves all the way through the process of it, you know, to down to the packaging till it reaches your home, right?
Yes,
it's a process.
It's beautiful. Yes, indeed.
Not only is that beautiful, the tea ceremony or the way of tea, you know, I find let me say this, omtenashi, if it's the correct word, omtenashi, which is a word, Kiran, that coincides so strongly with your passion of seva, because it's to look after guests wholeheartedly. And it's because of that one tea picker, you know, who worked so hard to bring that cup of tea. That brings that cup of tea for Omtanashi to be able to look after the guest wholeheartedly. It's just so lovely. You know, it really is the art of his hospitality.
Yeah, but it's in everything that we do, you know, to have that mindset of gratitude, you know, to appreciate all the way down to who went and picked this in the fields, you know, all the way down, whatever you're making, you know, food or whatever, you know, it's going back and appreciating that. It reminds me of Mina, you know, how she sings in the kitchen. That is her way of seva and hospitality. You know, she's essentially pouring her heart and her love into that cooking before presenting it to her family, you know. So same way with the tea artisan, it's the grooming and the getting ready and the bowing down and being lower. Every time you sit down on the floor, it's a humbling position, saying essentially that I am here to save you, or seva you, or serve you inherently.
Yes.
You know? Yeah.
And it can be an honor.
Definitely.
It's an honor to serve. And sometimes we forget that. We live in this world that has become, you know, escalating, and we forget to live like in this way.
Yeah, you're
thinking
right.
that the only way to live is escalating, and we can
Yeah.
live in this way. And the difference,
Yeah, so
there's
you're
difference.
saying
There's
so
not only
we're
escalating.
focused on the vertical instead of
Yes.
horizontal. Yeah.
Yes, we can live more horizontal, and that's maybe why inspiring in that today we were talking about cooking. I select some vegetables and fruits from Ecuador that they are handpicked and selected by the people who work with them, and it's like tea. There's people behind these vegetables and this fruit that we have today. It's not just going to the supermarket or the market. There's people behind those, and we need to remember.
Absolutely.
You know, I always go back to this because this is something that has impacted my life very strongly. I follow a very beautiful spiritual school of thought known as the Art of Living, which is founded by the World Ambassador of Peace, His Holiness Sri Sri Ravi Shankar. He has a huge following in South America, and he actually brought this to our attention, what you have mentioned today, and very powerfully you said, you know, do we think about that one person who actually brings this to our table, how hard he's worked for it. And he taught us a very small phrase in Hindi. He said, every time before you have your meal, it would be really nice if you could put your hands on top of your plate and just say, Annadata Sukhi Bhava. May the giver of grain, the person who has bought this grain or this food on my table, Annadata, food, be blessed. May they be Sukhi Bhava. May they always be happy. Yeah. It's because you don't realize how hard they work to bring that food on the table. I'm from Kenya. It's an agricultural country. You know, very much like many parts of South America is very agricultural. You know, you cultivate quinoa, you have different coffees, you have, you know, produce, different kinds of produce growing. And and Kiran, of course, goes a lot to Malawi in Africa, so she would know what I'm saying, how hard the farmer has to work. And I say this worldwide, it's not only in Africa, it's in every part of the world, how hard one has to work to bring that grain or that food to us. Okay, Mr. Neil Kumar has just brought up my teas. So let me show you. So I have a tea brand. My tea brand is called Pranayam. So
Thank you for sharing.
When I speak of the art of living, I am a breathwork and meditation practitioner. And I follow the art of living. And this brand was inspired by the yogic school of thought. Prana, meaning high chi energy, and yam as in yummy or the sound of the heart. Yum is also the sound of the heart. So these are yogic teas for the soul. So we have actually 6 teas, but I only have 4 with me right now. Bliss, which is a composition of green rooibos and spices and vervain. It's a green rooibos, tulsi, which is holy basil, and vervain. We call it the tulsi breath tea because it's really fantastic for coughs and colds. Yeah, and it's a very calming tea. Then of course our tea brand started with, again, what's handed down from grandmother to granddaughter, which is a masala tea. Now, Priscilla, we celebrate diversity through our teas, okay? And you know how much I love South America. So I don't know, we started blending our masala tea here in Hong Kong, and it started with just a group of friends. And this is the first tea that got branded, actually, Serenity. And the reason why we call it Serenity is because it has a story of my siblings and I sitting with our parents on our balcony in Kenya, enjoying cups of tea together on a serene Sunday afternoon in the cool breezes in Kenya. But when I speak about celebrating diversity, can you see the South American red peppercorns in our tea?
Yes.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yes, so instead of black pepper, we put in the Latin American red peppercorns or the South American red peppercorns.
And
So
very colorful, of course.
very colorful, and we celebrate diversity through our teas. Then we have sencha and mint, so you could say it's like a Moroccan mint tea.
Kinda.
We made it very smooth by putting in sunflower blossoms. You know, we put in sunflower blossoms. You can't see them; they're hidden in the leaves. So we have sunflower blossoms in this. So it's a mint tea, like a Moroccan mint tea. It's sencha from Japan, but it goes down very smoothly, and that's presence. Why presence? Because it wakes you up and brings you into the present moment.
Beautiful.
Right? This is bliss because, you know, it takes you to a state of calmness. And our best seller, I have to say this, again with sunflower blossoms to make it all smooth. Yeah, you can see the sunflower blossoms here.
Totally. Beautiful.
And Nirvana, so it's sencha from Japan, and we have peach pieces in it. I have to keep the leaves away from my children because they pick the peach pieces out of them and they eat them.
Of course
and they say, oh,
do.
yummy, mommy. And I'm like, leave it, it's my tea, for God's sake. This is our bestseller. And then we have energy. We have
but even
energy.
the whole packaging, Seema, it's gorgeous, you know.
So Karen, this my mother was a tea lover, and as you know, she was in the food industry. She had a catering and smoking unit in Kenya, and she wrote a cookbook, India, the Cuisine of the Kings. So when I started off with this one tea, I was selling it generically, you know, open in packets in Hong Kong, and a young boy came to me from the Art of Living, and he said, you know, called me Didi. He said, Didi, this tea is beautiful, and I'm designer, and I've worked with Jaguar in Germany, and I think he kept saying I think you really need to brand this tea, So I said, okay, what can you do? He says, let's work on the packaging. So he sat me down and he said, tell me all about your tea. So there was a story. It's a story about recipes that are handed down from grandmother to granddaughter. As in the masala tea. It's recipes about yoga, meditation, and celebrating diversity through the Tao of tea.
Sure.
You can say.
Sure.
And he said, what touches you the most about this? I said, my mother. He said, and what is it that you have of your mother's that you want to keep alive? I said, you know what? I said, my mother was crazy about saris, okay? Indian saris, silk saris, and we're three girls, okay? And after she passed away, my mom's sister, I'm the youngest of three girls. My siblings are 9 and 7 years older than my aunt came in, my mom's sister. And my dad said, you know, you just distribute everything equally. I want the girls to love each other. I don't want them to fight or anything. And we do love each other and we don't fight over these things. So she said, she's so naughty. She said, Seema's the youngest, so she gets the first choice. So my sisters always tell me, even when mommy, you were the youngest, you got your way, and now Masi, you're getting your way. So I chose all the nice saris. So these are all my mom's saris were very beautiful. These are the colors of my mother's southern Indian silk saris.
Beautiful.
Each one I took out and we with the cans with these. I mean, you can see the Indian silk sari colors in here.
I saw that right away. Just like the story. I mean, you talk about your mom is like when I was doing your article, I was like, tell me. And then we found the core of who is Seema. It's her mom. Who's a mom?
It's my mom.
We got that story. So
my mom and my grandma.
I think this gentleman did a great job. You know, he got your
fantastic,
your story.
And look at that. And he said, "What touches you most about you're in some first generation East African Indian. He says, what touches you the most about your heritage? I said, look,
Yeah.
I love Kenya, and I love the heartbeat of Africa, and I love the drum beats. He said, but your tea is yogic. He said, so I said, I love the henna emblems.
Wow.
So they did a henna emblem on each tea. He's a very smart guy, and I mean, God bless him. He's coming into Hong Kong next week. Yay!
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's beautiful.
Bless him. Bless him. Yeah.
Love the
And
poetry, love
our
the
love is a
colors.
combination of
He
oolong.
really got you. He
Yeah.
really
He
got
got
you.
me.
Completely.
I think this is the beauty of tea.
Yeah.
Tea really got you also.
Completely.
It gets you. It gets you.
It gets
really,
you.
It really
Tea gets you.
And if you go into the offices here in Hong Kong, you see, I mean, Michelle, everybody has a mug of tea, right, with the rose petals, and either the pole or the jasmine, or everywhere you go, there's tea. We're surrounded with tea. We're surrounded with tea shops. We're surrounded with tea ware, ancient tea ware that can.
Sure.
That you can pay an arm and a leg for here in Hong Kong, ancient pottery.
And they have beautiful tea shops as well with amazing variety of teas. But, going back to your brand, it's perfect, the packaging, like I said, and it's something that I would display on my countertop. I wouldn't tuck it away in my pantry, because it's gorgeous. It lights up the whole kitchen counter just with that. And then what I would do is I would just, for Christmas, holidays, birthdays, I would buy the whole collection and give it as a gift to a friend.
And actually, I think the packaging helps to keep the tea and almost everywhere, because you need to keep your tea very safe, because tea easily gets smells and humidity.
Yes.
And it keeps oxidizing. That's why tea is very easy to blend, because it gets the smells and flavors from the fruits and flowers and the spices you blend with it. So it's easy to blend. It's easy to not blend, to get the smells and humidity around, and being a big package into actually packaging like your teas, it's done. I think it's perfect. You can keep it almost in everywhere. I do not recommend to have it in a kitchen. I think it's better to have it in a special place for tea,
A cool, dark
and
place.
away, yes, and
A
away
cool, dark
from
place.
yes.
I
And
would bring
away
them
from-
out I would bring them out on my kitchen counter when I'm doing a dinner party or something, and I'm serving tea, and those
Yes.
the canisters would just be awesome,
Yes, the packaging is perfect for having in the table with your guests, and then to put it away and keep it cool and no humidity and no smells. It's important.
But the packaging in the can itself keeps it protected, doesn't it? As opposed to those loose paper bags or plastic bags and things like that.
Yes, and keep it away from light, because light keeps away the flavor and the amazing smell that I guess it has from the blending that you described. It has.
So Priscilla, what was your story about tea?
Oh, it's I think for me it's an amazing story, because I come from a family of doctors, medical doctors, like 3 generations of doctors. So I'm one of Dr. Vasquez. I'm a psychiatrist, a psychoanalyst. And when I grow up, I thought, when I was growing up, I thought my destination was becoming another doctor. So I was very strict, very hard with myself. Like, you have to be a doctor, you have to be a doctor, you have to study. And I was like convinced myself I was not able to produce art. My mother, she's a painter, she's an artist. My sisters, I have two younger sisters, they are very artistic. And I think art wasn't something, has nothing to do with me. I was destined to observe, to see art in museums. And when I was studying psychiatry, I went to Argentina to study it, and they have an heritage from Europe and a culture about tea. So I took one class like 11 years ago, almost 11 years ago, and I was fascinated with tea. The very first time I heard that when you have a cup of tea, a real tea, you are drinking Camellia sinensis, I was like, whoa, this is amazing. And I started to drink real tea, not tisane, not infusion, like real tea. I was amazed, I was fascinated, and I started to drink more tea and blending tea. And then I moved to Mexico to study. Sorry, this is a cuckoo clock, and it's
I love it.
at the time. I'm sorry.
I love it.
It's cheering on me, and then it's coming one more. I'm sorry. But then I moved to Mexico, and I started to study more tea and moved to study in Asia. And then I found tea ceremony, Japanese tea ceremony, and it really touched me. Like, you can produce art, you can live art, and it has been a way of tea from 11 years since that day. And tea has been teaching me, tea found me since 11 years ago.
That's an
beautiful.
amazing.
He found you. I
He
love
That's
it.
an amazing phrase. He found you.
I love it.
Yes.
I love it.
So it gave a twist to my medical career. I'm not only a doctor, I love my medical career. I love being a doctor, but I also love being a tea lover, a walker, and a way of tea. I'm a different doctor now. I'm the only tattooed Dr. Vasquez in the family, and a tea lover, and I love have these tea experiences and traveling to Asia, which is it's not easy living in South America, in Latin America, and reading about tea and having tea in your way of life, and in the working of your patients, and appreciation the art of tea. It changed my life. It changed my world view.
Now,
That's
Priscilla, I
beautiful.
see you have your own teas there.
I'm sorry?
You have some teas brewed there, your own teas, right?
Yes.
We would love to know more about them. I can see it's lovely golden hue, and this green one, and this deep rust one. I can't help but look at them. They look gorgeous. Tell us more about your teas.
I was like, we were talking about today about cooking with tea. I'm not great in cooking, so I try to make it simple. And today I was going to give some tips about pairing. In Spanish, pairing sounds more similar like marriage. It is maridaje. It means pairing, and it sounds more like marriage. And the tip that a teacher gave us, it's like the trick in pairing food with tea, it's like marriage. The trick is like they coexist with nobody killing each other, like in marriage. So I don't know if it makes sense in English.
It makes sense. It's harmony, you know.
It's kind of a joke. But it's hard. So pairing in English, pairing with tea, it's practicing and practicing and practicing. So I have a Japanese green tea, a yokuro. It's beautiful. I think the color is beautiful. It's like a jade color, and it goes perfectly with fruits and vegetables, which I have here. But I also would like to recommend the tea leaves, the infused tea leaves of yokuro, which you can use in a salad. You can experiment like a little bit of yokuro tea leaves in a salad. Maybe it sounds weird, or in a white rice, you can add the tea leaves, and I can assure you they will taste great. Or you can use tomato, and it will taste great. It's a recommendation. It's like experiment, and they will taste great. You can pair with the infused tea, or you can add the infused tea leaves, and they will taste great. I almost can guarantee. And I also have this oolong tea, the flavor of highly oxidated Taiwanese oolong tea. They have hints of honey, so it can taste really sweet. So I recommend it to pairing with fruits, and they will taste great. You can like roast the fruits in a pan firing, and you can like make the sweetness of the fruits like higher, and they will
caramelize it. You
caramelize it.
Caramelizing the fruit.
Yes, thank you very much.
And then you pair with that.
I want to say that English. Yes, English is not my first language.
No, you
and
speak
cooking definitely. And cooking is definitely not my first language. So it is called caramelizing.
Yeah.
And they will match perfectly with the sweetness of the honey of the oolong tea. They will taste great. It's another recommendation.
And that tea is that amber color.
Yes, it's a beautiful amber color.
It just, it matches the caramelization of the fruit. Really, like you said, it pairs well, it's just like.
Yes, even the color matches great.
Perfect.
Like caramelizing, even the color matches great with the vegetables. The color also matches great. And I have this Ecuadorian black tea here. It's similar like Indian CTC tea, because in Ecuador we produce CTC black tea, and it's a stronger color. It's a stronger in flavor also, and I recommend it with any food, like with people drinks like digestive.
Right.
Like when you drink your tea with the food or after the food.
Yeah, I was going to say that. If it's a digestive, you would want it like an after dinner drink.
After dinner, yes.
Tea, right? Yeah.
Like puer tea. It's hard. I think it's hard to cook in with puer tea. It's more like an after drinking beverage. I recommend strong black teas for an after drinking, because there are very mellow and sweet black teas, like maybe a Chinese kimon tea, like for cooking, like desserts, like maybe cookies, or drinking it with probably some drops on almond milk. Like a dessert, and they will be delicious. But probably a tea like this one will be too strong, so it will be an after tea.
So is there caffeine? Is there very little caffeine in the tea?
In this tea will be it. This is high in caffeine.
Higher because it's
higher.
The tea. Yes. Okay.
Yes, and this yokuro, it's high in caffeine too because this is a shadow tea, a shadow tea, which means that when Japanese are producing this kind of tea like matcha, I don't know if you can see the matcha here. Yokuro and matcha teas, they grow in shadow, and they do it on purpose. They cover the tea plants like for 2 to 4 weeks, so the plant got stressed and they produce more chlorophyll. So the teas are very, very green, and they do it on purpose. So they want this green, vegetable flavor to be very strong. So this will be high in caffeine, but in oolong tea, and not so much.
Okay.
White tea, if it is not a very high quality, white tea won't be that high in caffeine.
Got it. Okay. So were these teas brewed hot and then you've just chilled it and put it in the wine goblets? Is that what you've done?
I put them hot, but when it is like your taste. It doesn't matter that much. The tea leaves are by now, of course, cold. But if you are going to add them for a salad, they need to be cold.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful, the presentation. It's like having a glass of wine with your salad or your dessert or whatever, or after dinner drink, to serve it like that. And then the colors are very inviting as well, and the way you match them in your presentation, the way you match them with the vegetables and the fruit, it's gorgeous. Yeah. What is your audience's take on this? Are people like really following you and into this and enjoying this? What has that discovery road been like?
When I mean, I'm talking about experiences in South America. Like right now in Ecuador, we are leading people in these experiences. When we serve a table, people sometimes they don't know what to do. So we are leading, like, taste this with this, and we are explaining because it's not very common yet. And when I have been doing this, even in Germany, that they have a tea culture, like a tea heritage, they need to be guided, especially with the Asian teas.
Sure.
And I think it's not a burden. I think it's fun. It's interesting to guide people and what you are trying to do.
Yes.
Because in Europe, there are used to black teas, and if you are using Asian teas, you need to guide people. And if you are doing it with Asian teas and Asian people, you need to guide people with black teas. I think we all need a guide.
I think so. I think the education part is important, especially when you are, trying to promote something so different. You are essentially using tea as pairings with food.
Yes,
that's
the experience I talking about today.
Yeah, it's a very unusual and lovely concept, and for that, there has to be that education, because you want something that you believe in, it's good, and you want to be able to articulate that to your audience so that they can enjoy it, right?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yes, so that's the part of tea that I like. I like education in tea. Because I tried once, like almost a year of selling tea. It's definitely not my strong point. I like teaching about tea.
Yes. You're definitely a teacher, we can tell.
Thank you. Probably
Indeed.
I talk too much,
No,
but
no,
that's
not at all. Not
thank
at all.
you. Thank you very much.
No, that was lovely. Don't you think, Seema? That was a gorgeous presentation.
Very lovely discussion. And, you know, Kiran, we're going to be having more and more of these Tao of Tea discussions with Priscilla and knowing the way of tea and getting, you know, more people on board to share their tea experiences, you know.
Yeah, that would be great. And, you know, you mentioned the salad program earlier. How wonderful to be in touch with Priscilla and say, we're going to do this salad, you know, a couple of these salads. What tea would you pair with that? And bring it to
I
the
love
table,
it.
right?
I love it. I think, like I said, you're the queen of salads.
And the queen of teas.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored.
Thank you.
Priscilla, thank
Lovely
you
to meet
so
you.
much for coming on board. And Kiran, thank you. You know, today's been such a lovely day.
Yes.
I want to thank everybody. You know, I want to thank Michelle. I want to thank Meena ji. I want to thank Alicia, Kiran, your presentation, Priscilla, Tower of Tea. It's been, you know, it's 1:18 a.m. here in Hong Kong.
Oh,
I'm
yes.
still going. It's been so
You need
much
to go to
fun.
bed. We need to
It's
get
so
you.
much fun. It's been such a great session. And we have another session, another vegan vegetarian next week, as you all know, followed by the week after will be obeisance to our teacher with Guru Purnima. And after that, we have our integrated health forum. But now, Kiran, as you and I say good, well, at least as I say goodbye to
Say
everybody.
how do you?
And sign off with a very warm global namaste. I know
Absolutely.
you're going to be traveling.
Yes, I will be
You're
gone
going to be
next
traveling
week.
to the USA with Sharon Rose.
Yeah.
And our founder director, Mr. Neil Kumar, has just pulled up our future events, as you can all see. Vegan Vegetarian next week. Again, very exciting session. Followed by Guru Purnima, paying obeisance to your teacher. Followed by our integrated health, very powerful conversations on transforming healthcare. And on that note, I'd like to say a very warm global namaste to everybody. Thank you very much for having me.
That was so lovely. Thank you.
Signing off from Hong Kong. Yeah. And yeah, looking forward to next week, guys.
Thank
and
you.
see
Get
you,
to bed now.
Priscilla. Again.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Miss Sharon Rose, how are you? Namaste.
Namaste.
Welcome
Well,
to you. How's everything going?
We're happy here because we had just no rain for months. No rain. We were doing special pujas to bring the rain. Now it's raining every day. Everything's growing like crazy. It's
Beautiful. That's awesome. Let me quickly introduce you. Sharon Rose, MA, winner of the Filmmaker of the Year Award from the 20th World Congress on Qigong, Tai Chi, TCM, Taoism, and Natural Healing, is the director, producer of the forthcoming documentary series, Quantum Qi, The Taoist Art of Nurturing Life. Sharon has lectured, performed, and presented her films in numerous universities, spiritual centers, cultural organizations, and museums, and was a consultant to the National Endowment for the Arts. She's the author of The Path of the Priestess, a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine, and is currently completing a CD, The Nectar of Bliss, dedicated to the healing power of the divine feminine in cultures throughout the world. Welcome, Sharon. Such a joy to have you today.
Thank you. Thank you. And I learned so much about tea.
Yes.
And Seema, the packaging, can we get those in the US? Your products?
We're working on it. Yes. Yes. We're working on it.
I loved hearing about, the creativity behind all of the packaging. That was as beautiful as you are.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. Such kind kind words. I feel humble. I can send you over all the information. We have a whole, a whole story, we have menu inlays. We have, I mean, the branding is done beautifully. I mean, everything, tea descriptions, benefits, etc. It's all there. And I thank you for your kind words, Sharon. It's so good to see you after I've been traveling, right? I've been traveling, so I'm finally back in Hong Kong, and in this sweltering heat, Kiran, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the humidity especially, that's so
The
trying. isn't it?
humidity zaps you. You know, I got out yesterday evening thinking I was very sensible.
Mhm.
I said, yeah, I won't go for a walk in the morning like all my other friends. I won't go at midday like my other friends. They're crazy. I don't know what's wrong. I said, I'll go in the evening. I'll be the smart one. I was out for 45 minutes. I was sweat when I came home. That's Hong Kong.
And does your hair get all big and frizzy?
It gets all frizzy, and then you really have to tame it down, you know. You know, Hong Kong,
I know.
everything gets frizzy. And you have to carry a big bottle of water with you everywhere you go.
Right.
Well, which is really good because you're replenishing constantly.
Yes, absolutely.
Having said that, I am in a food lover's paradise. You know that.
I know.
Hong Kong is a food lover's paradise.
I
It's
know.
amazing.
Enjoy it. Bask
I'll
in
show you what I'm enjoying. Let me just. I've
Yes.
been feasting
Yes,
on
please.
these.
Oh my gosh. I've just like completely forgotten about that fruit.
Dragon fruits.
Yeah, I've completely forgotten.
They're so yummy, and lychees are in season right now.
Lychees, yeah.
And
You
you know
get
those
the little
big,
one, the
huge granddaddy
you get
Taiwanese
the-
mangoes.
But going back to the lychees, are you getting the big red ones now or the longan? You know, the longan, the
So
brown
we're
one.
getting the small ones and the big ones right now. Both are coming in right now. And we're getting the big, huge Taiwanese mangoes.
Oh, wow.
The
Nice.
big ones, like one mango is enough for 3 people.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of. They're huge. We're getting those. We just devoured them, right? And devoured them. So we don't have any more.
Enjoy.
So
Yeah. And you're
and
meeting
the
all of
lovely
your old friends, catching up with them.
catching up, yum cha, dim sum.
Yeah.
It's
Whole 9 yards. Sharon, have you been to Hong Kong before?
No,
Okay.
no, I haven't.
Well,
I haven't.
well, when things open up, Kiran,
that.
we should plan a whole healing or earth trip over to Hong Kong.
I know, right? Wouldn't that be
And
awesome?
you and I can show them Hong Kong like
We'll show
nobody
them
else can.
We'll show them around and we'll show them off to our friends as well.
Yes, absolutely. We have some common friends as well, so it's great.
Absolutely. And what does Sharon have lined up for us today?
Well, Seema, I hope you could stay for another 15, 20.
A few minutes to listen to what she has.
I have a number of videos. The first is of my garden and also making pesto from the basil in my garden. And so I'd like you to see, it's let's see, what I show of the garden was actually a week after I made the pesto. So you'll see it's already it's really having a good year now because we're getting all the rain.
Yes.
And this is, I think, the 3rd or 4th year of the greenhouse. So and we started early this year. We had a shade over the greenhouse and we said, okay, let's take it off and see and you'll see, we started in April. So I think by the time we reach, September, the tomato plants will be up to the roof. So let me share this with you.
Thank you.
What's the weather like there in the States right now, Sharon?
Well, it's all different. We had a very dry spring, very unusual. And then, as I said, we did everybody here, because we have, 33 at least spiritual centers, and everybody was doing prayers for the nature spirits, etc. And now it's just like a monsoon. every day. It's cool. It was 90, which is a lot Fahrenheit, which is very hot for here. And now it's in the low 70s and it's raining every day. And we're just loving it. It's getting green and just beautiful. So here is, let me see if I can full screen. Here we go. So this is our berry garden. And we have, you can see here, these are in India, you'd call them amla, we call them gooseberries. And we have a lot of these. And over here, we have raspberries. This is raspberries, and this is rhubarb. So we have a bunch of that growing. And you can see all our berries and our dear Aurora. Hi, Aurora.
Hello.
She loves it back here. These are Nanking cherry trees.
Wow.
And then here is the outdoor garden. So, of course, we have tomatoes. Lots
look at
of
that.
tomatoes.
How many acres is your whole space there?
I don't know. We have 13 and a half acres.
Okay.
I don't know how big. Then we get to our chickies. Hello, chickens. Hi, girls. And then here we have all different kinds of peppers. Jalapenos, serranos, cayenne, all different kinds. This is cabbage. Over here, right here, I'm starting some sugar snap peas, and it's Brussels sprouts and artichokes. And over here, we have cilantro, parsley, chives, and lettuce. And then these are strawberries. This is the first year for them, so they'll take a while.
So how long did it take to plant and and grow the strawberries?
This whole group here,
We
the first
planted
two
about
boxes,
2 months
we
ago.
have potatoes.
2 months ago, okay.
So they won't be coming up for a bit, but we can eat them all winter. And then in the very back, by the chicken house, we have onions growing. And here is our beautiful view of the mountains, and there is the greenhouse. Here we are in the greenhouse, and what's this? I bet you recognize that. Tulsi. And here are snow peas. Behind them here, they are onions, scallions, and cucumbers. And then here is garlic. And that's some mint down there. We're trying this new vertical growing here. This is all lettuce, as you can see, romaine. And this is lemon balm. Here we have some dill and more snow peas and more cucumbers. And so we're going to look at some really cool stuff now. These are our gigantic cabbages. And we're growing some more right there. And then over here I have some calendula, lemongrass growing, and some nasturtiums, rosemary and lavender. And then I'm starting some broccoli over here. And let's see, now we have tomatoes. tons of tomatoes. Tons. Look. Oh, here's some actually starting to turn to orange. Lots of tomatoes here. They're going pretty high for this time of year. In fact, look over here. That's the roof. So they're going pretty high, and they're all producing. They're hidden now because we've tied them up. Lots of tomatoes. Lots of them. Then we're going over here, and we have our basil. This is our basil. Keeps growing. Over here we have some lettuce, and we just started some bok choy. And then over here, more lettuce, and that is pretty much, we're going to be pulling that up and finishing that. And then we have our more peppers. So it's going to be a very interesting year. We're going to walk through again. And there's one more thing that I wanted to show you, and we'll see how these do. I just planted these roselles. So roselles are hibiscus, but edible hibiscus, very high in vitamin and antioxidant, and delicious. So that's, oh, here's some dill right here too. So that is the story on, I think this is the 24th of June, 2022. Global Namaste to you all. I'm Sharon Rose, and today we're going to make some pesto. So follow me. Now, we're very fortunate to have a greenhouse, which we nurture very much. So what we're going to do is, you can see the basil is pretty heavy duty here. So I'm going to cut it back so that we have some very nice basil for our pesto. Generally, if you cut off the tops, then it'll just keep growing. You'll have basil all year, at least for the growing season. You can see some of this is starting to flower, so we definitely want that part. Here's some with some flowers. Let's take some of this. And back here. Let's see. Here's some more. Get this one. Really. Okay. Basil has the best smell. You know, it's used in Italian food, it's used in Thai food. In fact, there's a special Thai basil. Let's see if I can get this one. Okay. I think that's enough. Yeah. All right. And if you're really lucky, you get to have also some fresh, look at this lettuce. This lettuce is so beautiful. And you know, There's nothing like fresh picked lettuce. You get all the nutrients. So delicious and so good for you. So the next step, of course, is to pull the leaves off the stem here. So that takes a bit of time. You definitely don't want to get the flowering part on the top. It smells so good, this basil. Really, I encourage I encourage you all. Basil's a really easy thing to grow. You can grow it in your window, actually. All right, well, the next step before we start putting this together is, of course, to wash your hands. All right, now we're going to take the leaves that we're going to take the leaves, wipe your hands too, and we're going to wash them. So we have the water coming in. Now basil, they call it basil the king of herbs. It has really, really good anti-inflammatory properties. And I want you all to know that we grew this basil from seed. So I think what the whole dinner will cost, what? Not much. Some garlic, some Parmesan. Salad spinner, here we go. Get the water out. I've been making basil for many years, basil pesto for many years, and people always love it. It's so easy. All right, so we've got our ingredients here. Pine nuts, garlic, Parmesan, and salt, and of course, basil. So I start by putting in the food processor. Oh, one more thing, we need olive oil, of course. The pine nuts. Oh, this is gonna be a nutty one. This is a lot of pine nuts. But now I do it to taste, honestly. So then we're gonna pour some olive oil, and we'll see if we need more. And then I also put in the garlic. We're growing it this year, so we're gonna have amazing garlic. And you know that I've told you all that, here's the Parmesan, that I do mantras this year. I'm doing Lakshmi mantras. When I water the plants. We water by hands. Here we go. So let that grind up. That's good. Then put in the basil. Now, I generally put some in and grind it, and then put the rest, grind that. We'll put some salt. Now, put some salt in a bit. We'll put in the rest. Ooh, this is going to be a good one. There's nothing like fresh picked anything. But I remember last year when we made it, and we have so much left because we froze it. I made it, we put it into ice cube trays and we froze it. So actually we still have pesto from last year. Salt. Here we go. I actually knew someone that could do all this by hand. But certainly this is helpful. Okay, now here comes the taste test. Wow. Delicious. Woo. Delicious. Yes, and then what you do is we have prepared some pasta here. And whew, good. More. My husband's here filming, telling me more. You want me to put all of it in?
Yeah, pretty much. That's probably enough.
Yeah, I need some forks. Here we go. Mix it in with the pasta. Now, if you know any nice Italian songs, you could sing that, but I don't know any at the moment. I can't think of any. I used to know some Italian songs. Yep, just keep mushing it around until it's all covered with pesto. I think I can put a little more in. Also, sometimes we like to make the pesto and just put it on bread or crackers. That's always a nice, this is a fast meal if you're having a party or you just don't have a lot of time to cook. I think that's it. So here we are, pesto and pasta. It's been a joy to be with you as always. Namaste.
Hi, Sharon.
Hi.
That was lovely. You know, when you did the last part, you put the garlic in, and I was like, I think I can smell the garlic. I love pesto. I love pesto. I was like, I can smell it. I want to eat it now. Dive into that big blender of yours.
We had a party
I'm
last
so
night.
hungry.
Yeah,
I'm
I
so
bet you
hungry
are.
now.
Me too. We had a party and I made pesto and
Yeah.
people were piling it on their plates.
Right.
Also, we had salad from the garden.
Sure.
And they, when we ran out of, because I had made pasta, we ran out of that, they were just eating the pesto. Just
It's so yummy and fresh and vibrant. Now, you mentioned freezing your pesto from the previous year in
Yes.
ice cube trays and all that. The color changes though, right?
It's a little darker.
Darker, yeah. So how do you handle that?
That's fine. And
Nothing, you just, yeah.
we like to put it on. They have these like, they're called bobolis that are like the base of a pizza.
Yeah.
So we like to put it on there and
Yeah.
then put some sun-dried tomatoes.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the same thing. Cook with it, once the color is gone, because you don't want it on your salads or what have you.
Actually, last night I took some of what we saved from last year.
Sure.
And mixed it with all new, and it was really good. It was really, now this year, what's interesting, we bought a lot of pine nuts last year, but we went, the pine nuts are now a pound and a half, or like $45. So that's outrageous. And so, like everything else, I don't know how it is where you are here, the prices of
No, it's
food.
expensive. It's number 2 on the list. I think the first one is macadamia nuts. And then pine nuts is number 2,
But I did find some wholesale that are like 5 pounds for about $100. So I ordered that. We'll see how that, because then it's more like, 20 a pound or something like that. So we'll see how, but Peter May, who's been on the show, and I have a little video of him too. He is now feeding the trees an alchemist, and he's and he's also a musician. I'll have to have him come, and he creates plant music. He hooks up this device and then does these big events with his oils. He anoints people with these oils, and then has his whole musical event. And next one I'm going to record for all of you.
Interesting. That would be lovely. Thank you.
But he is now, we have lots of pinyon pine trees here. Known for that, but usually they only produce the nuts every 7 years. But he is now has some kind, well, I'll show you, you'll see. He has this mixture that he's feeding the mother tree, and then that's creating this bed of mycelium, and they're producing cones, which is unusual.
Amazing. Yeah.
So I have a video of him also, and so we're hoping that if they produce, then I'll have the garlic we've grown, the basil we've grown, and the pine nuts from Crestone. So I'll just need like the olive oil and the Parmesan.
All comes together, all the ingredients for your lovely pesto.
Yes, yes. And as you can imagine, it's a lot of work for my husband and I. We do all that ourselves.
All of the planting, all of the harvesting, everything.
And we don't have a watering system for some reason. I don't know why. So we're watering by hand. Fortunately, now the outside garden is getting plenty of water without us having to do that. But yeah, so I'd like to show you this video of Peter. This is from yesterday.
So today we're visiting a pinyon pine forest, and this one's interesting because it's close to the creek. A lot of times they will come close, but not too close because they don't like a lot of water. But what they do like from time to time is fire, but not fire in like the giant wildfires, but the very low intensity fire. And we haven't had a lot of those. So what we're doing instead is we've come up with an alchemical substitution for what we call good fire. And when we burn with the good fire, the clean out fire, the low intensity fire, we have produced this ash. And it's a very small amount of the ash, it's the white ash. And what we found is that when we're in a meditative state, we can qualify that ash that's burning. That's probably the biggest secret you're going to hear today. And we can demonstrate it. For instance, my sister wanted milkweed because she loves monarchs back in Michigan. So last May we went and burned. She had no milkweed plants, but that was the intention. We meditated, we burned. Fire kind of showed us. And a month later, there were milkweed plants all over the place. And then the monarchs came back. So we're bringing our spirituality into action. We're integrating because other things are, in a sense, depending on us, and they have depended on us. Because who can bring fire of all the beings, right? We can. Sure, the thunder dragon can bring it, but we can bring it in actually the circumstances that could really be beneficial. So when we can't bring fire for whatever reason, we bring what I'm calling the mother tree food, which is the trace elements, the effective microorganisms, shilajit mud, endo and ecto mycorrhizal fungi, and really good water. And what we do is we put this on the base of the trees, and ideally we even give it a little pile of what we use as distilled chips, and then we create this mycelium nursery. And what's happened, and these are kind of new, these trees are new to this whole process. They're looking pretty good, and there's a few cones being produced, actually quite a few. And we're picking this one because it's one of the bigger trees here. But if we feed this tree, then this tree kind of acting as the mother, and it's a multi-stem tree, so there's other things going on. It can start to feed the other trees. And so how do we take care of the earth? It's kind of like almost overwhelming to even think of that, right? Maybe we can start with the forest, but how do we take care of the forest? That's even overwhelming. What we can do is find the mother trees and feed them, and then they take care of the forest. So we would take this 16 ounces if we wanted to support the tree to be as healthy as could be, and perhaps give nuts. It's going to give nuts on its own, according to its own natural intelligence. We're not forcing it to do so. Just like when we burn, we want to do it in such a way that we're not burning the tree, but we are burning the dried grasses and things. And that is probably the most direct way to recycle those elements that are available. And we see that as the white ash. And since we're not burning, we're doing something very, very similar, but from salt. We take all the salt out, and what we have left are the trace elements. We put this into 5 gallons of water, and we put it down on the tree, at the base of the tree where all the roots are, primarily where the canopy is. And then we'll even ring in all this stuff that we make alchemically is tuned to 528 hertz, the sound of our laughter, so we can either laugh or hit the bell or sing our favorite song in that key, and that seems to help. And then as you do this over time, the earth, you can start to feel the earth reverberate into your feet because you're relating. And is this natural to do this? Is it part of nature? Nature does bring fire, and it can have very similar effects. And since when we tune into our nature and we join with nature, we call, I like to say we're creating or being part of quantum nature, where we're really a part of the natural world, and we know it and it knows it, and then we help it and it helps us. So one way that I found to be part of nature and to see its effects, like the effects of quantum nature, is when we're able to do our practice that's so effective for ourselves, such as a qigong or a tai chi or a yoga of some nature that really, really builds your own field. And when you do that out in nature, that then not only benefits yourself, but it starts to benefit everything around you. And I think over time, if we do it enough, that becomes our way of being. And so the practice becomes more of the touch-in. And as we walk around, the trees and the flowers and the birds are going, oh, I recognize you because you're recognizing me naturally because your practice has brought you home to your own true nature. That's warmest in there. This tree's gonna get a good. I was. Okay. Feeding the mother tree. So we're on the other side of the creek from the pinyon pine, and that tree produces nuts. This tree is a cottonwood tree. It recently died, and so we cut it into these lengths, and we're inoculating it with plugs for turkey tail. Turkey tail mushroom is very powerful adaptogenic mushroom. And then I drilled holes in here and then pounded these in with the mallet like this. And then I also treated these with some trace elements before, because one thing mushrooms love are trace elements. And when we have fires in certain forests, what comes back is mushrooms, like in abundance, like morels and things like that. So anyways, then what we do is we seal this up, and my wax has gotten a little bit cool, so it's kind of hard, so I'm going to melt it again. But then we seal this up, and I'm going to plant this in the ground and see what happens. This is an experiment here. I don't know anyone who's done this here yet. People have done it around the country. But I'm going to have to melt that again. And then we seal the top. We can either incubate them for a while and see how they are ready, or we might just put it in the ground. We're going to do an experiment. We have a number of experiments to do here. So maybe in a few months or maybe a year, we might have some turkey tail.
Wow. That was very thought-provoking.
Well,
Very
I'll have
interesting.
Peter come back. We're going to follow this throughout the season.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, yeah.
How are you going to break it up? What do you have?
Well, I'll follow, we'll see how things go to see if he actually can produce the pine nuts and also the mushrooms. And then definitely I want to tape at least a portion of one of his concerts. Because they're very, very special. Like each plant has a different song.
Oh, interesting. Oh, I'd love that. I'd love to watch that. Thank you. Sharon, I'm going to take your leave now. Thank you so much. It was such a joy being with you here.
Always.
And your pesto and even your husband's filmmaking, that was so beautifully done, so professional. I loved it. What a joy to watch. So much to learn. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Namaste. Lata Ji and Keith, you're with us today. Keith, nice to see you. Hello, both of you.
Hello, hello.
Okay.
Global namaste to all our family and friends.
You. Thank you for everything you've done today, Kiran and Seema. It was really wonderful, as always.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to go. I think Seema's gone already, but I will send her your best. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Hi, Sharon.
Hi.
This is of interest diversion for me because I'm one of those traditionalists. So I thought I'll watch people who are somewhat different to me, as I'm still a meat eater. and I have a step granddaughter who is a vegan, and I've never really understood what it was about. So this is of interest to me from that perspective. Thanks very much.
Nice. Well, how'd you like the quantum nature aspect and doing the qigong and the tai chi? I mean, we have classes out here in the woods.
That's fantastic. I can just about get on my knees in the garden and repair flagstones.
We're about to put some down under our pergola. Yes.
Well, if it's anything like me, be careful of the knees and also the elbows. If you're using a big hammer, it's not very good for the tennis elbow.
Oh goodness. Well, we made everything for us is raised beds.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it's easy. And I don't know if any of you noticed, but on the outdoor, well, we have cardboard because we're in a dry area, although it's not dry now, but my husband puts his cardboard down on the bed and then makes these holes where the plant is. And then we water, saves water. We water in exactly where the plants are growing instead of all over the place. But I'm amazed this year what's going on in there. I always say, oh, I'm going to Costa Rica when I go into the greenhouse because I come out, it's like being in a sauna.
I can understand. Well, we don't have any problems with rain here in the UK, so we don't mind. We don't mind the evaporation.
Right.
Anyway, you carry on with your program. I don't want to interrupt.
It's always nice to see you.
Thank you very much.
And we're preparing for the 22nd World Congress on Qigong and Tai Chi and etc. alternative health. We're preparing a 4-hour quantum Qi, Wai Ching and I event, and it's going to be quantum healing, quantum nature, quantum alchemy, quantum Qi. We're going to have experts and panels and hoping to actually have some people from Healing Our Earth join us for the alternative health.
Well, you possibly know that Amalia and I have discussed this, and she's talking to Effie Chow about the possibility of linking with the UK. And if I have that pleasure and honor, then I'll take part as to what I can do. All right. Okay.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yes. And Lataji, global
Hiya.
namaste to you.
Namaste. And it looks like you had another fantastic session with Kiran and Seema.
Yes.
And your peso, or your husband's peso.
Well, no, it's mine.
Oh, is it? Just love peso, yeah.
I've been making it for many, like 20, at least 20 years. It's actually when people, they're like, oh, you're going to make pesto? Oh, I want your pesto. Well, especially now that we're growing the basil. It's like, for me, it's because it's fresh picked, right?
Yeah.
And it's like eating light. That's the only way I can describe it. It's so nutritious and delicious.
And you got so many basil growing in your garden.
Oh yes, we'll be eating it, and we'll have more to freeze. And last year, my husband canned, in these mason jars, 56 quarts of tomato sauce. And we still have about, I'd say at least 20 jars. So here in the US, and we're very rural, the food it's outrageous, really, what's happening here in terms of pricing and in terms of supply chain issues. So out here, we're really preparing. We have a community garden too, and we have a food bank. And we're just preparing to be self-sufficient.
Food bank over here as well. We have in Tesco's, in Sainsbury's, and we also have a general food bank in Guildford. So that's meant for the underprivileged who won't get food. So we provide, but they have regulations and standards. We can't give cooked food. It has to be in tins or it has to be in packets because of the health and safety of the food and all that. But I just have one basil plant in my windowsill in kitchen, and I was thinking I'm going to make this pesto because I am just recovering from COVID and hardly any solids I can keep. I can only eat fruits. So I thought, this is something which makes me feel like, body knows that, yes, you can digest this. So I started eating a little bit of rice and yogurt and fenugreek, roasted fenugreek powder, which is good. It's Ayurveda medicine for uh, for loose motions. And so I'm going to try this pesto. I love garlic. Garlic is very good for immunity.
Yes.
And yeah.
Yes. And I forgot to say, I planted some ashwagandha, and that's starting to come up.
Wow.
And
You
yes,
planted ashwagandha?
yes, it's I just, and then I've also planted something, astragalus. That's another really good health herb for your health. Out here, there's so many alternative healers, and we've really focused on immunity, so that, and we're in nature, and we're there's maybe 3,500 people in the whole community. So COVID, yes, people have had it, but not very many. And we've really been able to, we have a wellness center with my friends Cindy and Tyler, who've been on the show, and we are really helping people to recover. So if you need any advice,
the ashwagandha in USA is so much on the vogue. You can go to a Target or any other places, any other superstores, and you will get gummies, like even children can eat them. So it's so well accepted herbal remedy now, ashwagandha, in many different forms.
Oh yes, we'll see how it's always an experiment, like growing the hibiscus roselles. I know that I'll be able to keep them in the greenhouse until then. I'm going to, here in my studio now, I have a place with all these windows, and I have some bougainvillea growing and some hibiscus, and so we'll see. Hopefully it'll keep going through the winter.
You can also try ardushi. Ardushi is one of the herbal plant meant for cough and cold. That is, I don't know, where did you get was it a sapling for ashwagandha, or was it a seed?
Seed.
Oh wow. Sorry,
Seed.
I was,
yes.
I interrupted.
Oh, also this year,
he was saying something. Sorry.
This year we planted also goji, a goji berry bush.
Yes, yeah.
So we'll see how that does. But the amla, the gooseberry, someone, I should find that. They were telling me, it was a friend of Weiching. She said, I'm going to read this, I have to find it. Let's see, about the benefits. They're using it for, here it is, amla berry. This is from Sandra Rose. Amla berry kills 98% of liver cancer cells in vitro. Amla berry extract virtually wiped out human liver cancer cells in this lab study. So she's describing this. Not surprisingly, amla, also called Indian gooseberry, has been used for centuries as a liver tonic in traditional Ayurvedic, Chinese, and Thai medicine. It's also been used as a natural anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, and pain-relieving natural medicine. What makes this super berry so powerful? It delivers one of the highest antioxidant levels of all berries, surpassing blackberries, blueberries, maki, and even acai. While the use of amla against cancer is still in an early stage, it's already been shown to possess other powerful health benefits in multiple clinical trials on humans, significantly reducing blood pressure, total cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, triglycerides in patients with high cholesterol, lowering blood sugar levels in type 2 diabetics, and improving arterial elasticity. While fresh amla berries are not easily found, freeze-dried powder and concentrated supplements are widely available at supplement retailers. So I was thrilled. And last summer, Seema gave me this recipe for omelet chutney. And then we had a party and we had samosas with the chutney. People were flipping out. I mean, here, you know, there's the ashram, there's all these people, yogis and all that. So
I also make
the
amla
love of
chutney.
Indian food.
I also make amla chutney and Chyawanprash, which is like a tonic you have to eat first thing in the morning, and it's got all the spices like, you know, clove, cardamom, even saffron, and it has got honey. It has got cinnamon, so it has got black pepper, so it's tangy as well, a little bit, you know, sharp. So yeah, it's really very good.
So do you make that? Do you make it?
I make it. Yeah,
You make you've got a recipe.
Yes, yeah, I can share the recipe. My mom taught me. She was making whenever she was living with me, and because I had to make with her, I learned that way how she was making it. So yeah, so
Wow, I've never heard of these remedies. I love kitchen household remedies, and it's just, you know, because Modi's mother, I've also, she was amazing, healing people with these herbal remedies and natural ingredients. And they're so powerful. And it's just been, you know, sort of hidden from us and buried away so that we don't, and so that we buy the drugs and we buy the chemicals and forget the power and the confidence we've always had in these natural medications.
That's true. And you know, perhaps you would remember that when we were growing up, we had pickled amla as one of the things which was always in the kitchen, or you can get it by vendor who is selling, you know, a street vendor will sell pickled amla, pickled in salt and water. That's it. But
really,
yeah, that was a normal kind of snack in the school. You can go and the vendor will be selling outside. It will be in the home as well, because you pickle it and it stays for longer time. And because, you know, as youngsters, like the taste of that salty pickled amla. Yeah, so I tried to pickle them as well. I couldn't eat them in good time, so I dried them then, and they became so nice. And you know, you can eat it anytime then.
Well, I didn't grow up really much in India. Yes, I did try some of the lifestyle and the street food. But yeah, I didn't live there long enough to get these. But maybe I was in the wrong part of India, you know, Bombay and Pune. You're from Gujarat, isn't it?
Yeah,
or
Gujaratis do that wherever they are. So
yeah, no, we
Gujaratis in
used
Bombay,
to.
they would do that.
And
Gujaratis
what
in Pune
about
do that? So it's because it's just add salt and water. Sorry.
I was going to check with you about Brahmi. Brahmi is another herb or Ayurvedic remedy.
Very good for both for memory and for sleep. People who have insomnia, they should have Brahmi, because that lets you, that's like a herbal remedy for insomnia. And it relaxes your brain, and it is very good for memory as well. So it's given to children for memory, and people take it for, so Brahmi is also used to when you make, you know, my mom used to make homemade herbal oil to put in the hair. So Brahmi is put in there. So when you put the hair oil in the in your hair, it automatically calms your brain that way. And,
strengthens.
Yeah, it's like chamomile effect. You know what chamomile does in tea? It's calming effect.
Okay, yeah, I've got loads of chamomile tea in my cupboard, so I must start drinking that though. Yeah, but what I was going to say, I was sorry to hear you had COVID, but yeah, so you know, what was that?
I tested negative, but the symptoms are still there. So you know, the symptoms of diarrhea and weakness.
Yeah, but these natural things are so detoxifying and cleansing, and that's what we need, you know, but it's actually going to take it rid of it long term eventually. It might be a little slow and gentle, but at the same time, you know,
At the
we're going
moment,
to pray for you.
the maximum I can eat is fruits like berries, cherries, strawberries, blueberries, or fruit. That is for guaranteed that, you know, it will not make me go to the loo often. But a little bit of rice I can eat, and I'll try this homemade pesto as well. With,
Yeah.
with pasta.
Bananas are good.
Bananas I eat, yeah, bananas as well, because that's the only thing which is giving me some strength, because it has got, you know, carbs and potassium and protein as well, or else everything else is just very light fruit. And the other thing which helps me is roasted cumin. Roasted cumin is very good, yeah, so for your gut as well.
Ajwain and cumin. So, you know, the pesto you're using, I mean, the leaves you're using, the basil, is it the, which version are you using? Tulsi or?
Oh no, I'm using Genovese basil.
South American.
No, that's Italian.
Italian.
It's like I'm using the proper one. And then I have some Thai basil too. So if we're making, my husband is like a gourmet chef. So if we're making, you know, Thai food, then we use the Thai basil. And then Wai Ching is going to come visit, and she is an amazing Thai cook. So I'm looking forward to her green curry and all her delicious dishes.
You're in for a real treat now.
Oh yes, oh yes.
She's got a lot of experience.
She's in Peru. I think she was 2 days ago, she was getting ready to travel to Peru. And so I'm sure she's going to have some interesting culinary Peruvian dishes to show us, hopefully by next week.
Wow. Tell us all about it when you are treated and you have learned about it. Either she can tell us or you can tell us about it. But I love Thai green curry, red curry with the Thai rice.
Yes.
So if you can start having maybe the basil or the tulsi and mint leaves, and you know, just gently putting it on whatever you can, whatever you're trying to, is it ricey soupy thing that you're able to manage at the moment?
Yeah, a little bit of, you know, overcooked rice and
soft rice,
yogurt, overcooked rice. With,
we're also making
roasted and ground fenugreek seeds. So
we're also making, you know, for probiotics, we grow a lot of cabbage.
Yes,
to make
I'm having
sauerkraut.
the strongest possible probiotics tablets, vegetarian one, but trying everything, but it's working slowly. It's because I already had an existing, I do have existing stomach conditions, so that's the reason, you know, it's taken its toll. But Tulsi, I have, Lataji, I have something called Tulsi Panchang, which is like tonic, which you can have anytime. So because I don't have Tulsi plant, I drink that one. And there is something which is made out of aloe vera, which is called, again, Ayurvedic product called Kumari Asav. Kumari Asav means basically aloe vera. The Ayurvedic name for Kumari, for aloe vera is Kumaria. And Asav is, you know, the drink which is made out of it. So Kumari Asav, I take that. So
I think you should take fennel seeds as well. For reducing that diarrhea or whatever.
You know, as we call it mukwas, or, you know, mouth freshener after eating. So that has got fennel seeds. So that way I'm taking, usually when I make tea, Indian tea, I put fennel seeds in there. but I'm not able to drink tea at the moment. So, I'm not, I mean, not caffeinated tea, only herbal teas.
Ordinary. Yeah. Well,
But anyway, it will take its time. Now, people, what people say, I understand that, COVID comes and goes. It went away in 10 days, but, it hasn't left the symptoms. So eh, it will go away gradually.
It will. It will. We're fortunate. I've had her on the show, Dr. Kim Engard. She's a naturopath doctor. She's an acupuncturist and she's an herbalist. And she has this cold and flu remedy that she has helped many people with that have had flu and cold and COVID. When I was, anytime I felt myself starting to get a cold, right, first I do a neti pot, then I would start taking her herbal remedy and the cold wouldn't come. I'd take it for about 4 days. So here we're really, really looking at ways, to help people, whether they've been vaccinated or not, whatever symptoms they have, we're looking at ways to boost the immune system and help people. And that's one of the beauties of being out here.
That's the wonderful thing about your community. It's a blessing.
To have
that
find that community in USA, it's not an easy thing where everyone fends for themselves and people are very, very individualistic, I would say. So to have a community there is really a blessing.
And there's farms. I think one of them, I think I had one of these shows, we had an event and I spoke to there's farm shares here and there's a community garden. I'll go do a taping of that to show what we're doing as the community. But this year, I think what we're planning to do is a lot of bartering. We're all talking about that because the food prices are outrageous. They're really, and people here, some are saying, oh, I came in here yesterday to this, there was a woman sitting outside. She goes, you better get ready. I said, well, what for what? She said, well, already on the East Coast, because of the prices of diesel, they're not getting food deliveries. And we're very rural. But we've been seeing that something might happen like this. Like we have solar, right? And now we even have this solar hot water that we put in.
Yeah.
So we can function pretty well.
Yeah.
No.
It's pretty hot. I like the sun, but it's good because I am low in vitamin D. I should be taking the morning sun, but it's very, very, when there is no wind, it becomes so hot inside the house because there is wind. I've kept all the doors over here open. But yeah, we have the same issue over here, Sharon. The food prices are rising over here as well. Lata will agree with me. It's a big, huge thing because especially when I work in the university, it's a big, big issue for students who are in very low budget. And we are really concerned about them because as such, international students have to pay double the fees. And then the accommodation in a place like Guildford is expensive anyway. And then the food prices have been increasing and we have similar reasons for that. So,
price of petrol, yeah.
So I'd like to tell you about our future events coming up on Healing Our Earth. So next week we have, again, the Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen. So we'll have some more recipes and wonderful information for you. That's the 3rd of July, right before our big July 4th celebration. And hopefully, well, peace will come to this country. It's been a wild week. And then we have Guru Purnima special. And that's going to be wonderful as always, paying homage to our gurus. I'm planning to have a little video of my Guruji, Sitara Devi, teaching me the Durga dance. And maybe Antonia Minicola and some tabla playing friends and will come. And then Of course, Integrated Health, that's on July 17th. And that's always a very powerful show because we know these days that health is really, really important. And so that's coming up. And before we go today, Neil has asked me to lead a little meditation. So maybe what I'll do, let's see, is a Qigong, one of the 6 healing sounds, let's see, for the lungs, because many have gone through issues with their lungs. So we're going to start by clapping your hands and rubbing them together. You feel that heat. That heat is the chi, the life force, what we might call prana. So we're going to get it really, really hot. And then we're going to bring our hands to our lungs. You don't have to touch your butt, just a little bit out from your body. And you're going to close your eyes. Take a few breaths. And just as though you had 2 little flashlights coming out of your heart, down your arms, into your hands, you're going to look into your lungs and just sense, open your psychic senses and just sense what your lungs feel like. So take some deep breaths and fill all the way up and feel not only the front of your lungs, but the sides and the backs, and breathe out. Now we're going to look left and right with your eyes into your lungs, and you're going to see any kind of disturbance. Some people see it as, like dark spots. Some people see the healthy as very bright. So we're going to look 21 times back and forth into our lungs. And so we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Then you're going to bring your hands together, put them over your head, all the way up like this, so you can feel it like a pull on your lungs. Breathe in, and we're going to do the sound S, which is the lung healing sound in the Taoist tradition. And you're going to imagine that any disturbance, any illness, anything is just coming out of your arms, out of your head, and then going around you all the way down to the earth where it's transformed. So we're going to put our hands up, and you're going to look up, and you're going to go. And like smoke, allow all that pain, any kind of illness to just leave you and go down into the earth where it's transformed by Mother Earth into golden light. And then as you let it go, then imagine this golden light coming up into your body through your feet and your calves and your knees, into your thighs, into the base of your spine, up through your Sushumna, your central channel, all the way up, pouring down your arms, pouring into your lungs, filling your whole being with healing light. Then we're going to do it again. And this time we're going to work on the emotional level. So the lungs hold sadness and grief. So as we look left and right, we're going to think about or imagine any issues in our life that is causing us sadness and grief, or the person causing you sadness and grief. And you're going to let that go. So when we do this, we're going to imagine all of that in our whole field and our whole emotional body just leaving. And according to Mantak Chia, who taught me this, Grandmaster Mantak Chia, the earth loves this energy. It's like fuel to transform into light and give back to you the beauty of Mother Earth. So let's do this again. We're going to rub our hands together, feel that warmth, and bring your hands to your lungs. And we're going to go look left and right. And we're going to now see any situation or any people that are causing us sadness and grief. Well, let's think about what's going on in the world today. We're going to release all that. So we're going to go starting left and right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Lift your arms, feel that stretch in your lungs. We're going to sound and allow all of that emotional turmoil to just leave you. Breathe in, lower your arms. Feel the light, the golden light coming from the earth into your feet, your ankles, your calves, your knees, your thighs, all the way into your spine, into all of your internal organs, all the way up into your throat, also down your arms, up, all the way up through your head and shower around you. And then once more, we're going to rub our hands together, put them on your lungs, and from your heart, you're going to see this light, white light, pouring through your lungs, the light of love, the light of chi, the light of beauty, and the light of grace. And you feel that there, and feel that light flowing not only into your physical body, into your lungs, but out into your emotional body, your energy body, your body of light. This was a teaching called part of the 6 healing sounds that when I first got me into the whole Qigong world, I was working on a film documentary about the energy body. And I went to a wonderful place in Western Massachusetts called Eastover Estate, where they had a big event going on for Qigong and Tai Chi. And that's where I spoke with Mantak Chia. And I said, well, tell me about the energy body, the light body from the Taoist tradition. And he said, this is the practice to grow your light body and transmute all these emotions. And so, but there at the event, there were all kinds of many, like I'd say about 12 different Qigong and Tai Chi masters. And so the owner of the place said, well, you're here with your camera, just interview everyone. And this is how Quantum Qi began. It's been a big journey, and we're planning to release the first 2 episodes this year. And we're going to do a wonderful teaching for the Effie Chow and the 22nd Congress on Qigong, etc. And that will be in September, and we'll be telling you more about it. So as always, it's been a joy to be with you, and we look forward to seeing you next week and all the weeks after to bring love, joy, upliftment, and deep healing power. We need this so much right now. So many people are suffering. So many people are depressed. They just, you know, they're people that do not have the money for gas. It costs them like a third of their salary to get to work these days. So what can we do? How do we help them? You know, it's like live with joy every moment. Go out in nature. Do what's fun. You know, that's how we, and meditate, do yoga, do Qigong, do Tai Chi, anything that brings you the sense of,